Good morning, everyone. Want to welcome everyone to our quarterly meeting of the Texas Veterans Commission. Thank you, everyone, for coming out here. I call this quarterly meeting of the Texas Veterans Commission to order. Mr. Secretary, do we have a quorum? And make sure we turn on all of our mics whenever we speak. Okay. Great. So now I ask everyone to please stand. Commissioner Barber is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and Commissioner Dale is going to lead us in the Pledge to the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I'll ask Chip Osborne to come forward and give us an opening prayer.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We ask that you be with our commissioners as they make crucial decisions today for our grant program. In addition, Lord, we ask, a special blessing and protection for all of our service members that are currently deployed overseas, and especially the family members that are left here behind in anticipation of their loved ones returning. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
First agenda item is public comment. At this time, I'm going to open the floor to any members of the public who wish to address the commission on matters under its purview. I ask that you limit your comments to 5 minutes, and you remember that this is our time to consider public comments. Any discussion or deliberation by the commission for matters not posted on the agenda must be limited to a proposal to place the subject on a later agenda or be confined to statements of factual information or existing policy regarding the matter. Since we have many people here for public comment, I'm only going to have the people speak during this section that do not have an item on the agenda. If you have an item on the agenda, you'll be speaking during that item. So I'll be calling you up as we get to the item on your agenda. If for some reason you feel like I missed you, please grab my attention and I'll get you to come up. So first on the agenda list, first on the comments list is Edward Ponikavar, apologize for mispronouncing, with Knowledge Point Network. Hi, good morning. Come right up to the mic. Please introduce yourself. Tell us what organization you're from, and you have 5 minutes. We can. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate the honor, and I will be brief. My name is Ed Ponikavar, founder of Knowledge Point Network. We are a 501c3 faith-based charity that gives priority to disabled and PTSD suffering veterans. And I'm really excited about the pilot program for the service animals. So we applied. Part of the criteria is being ADI compliant and being accredited. And I was on the phone with the executive director yesterday, and they see everything in their Dropbox to see that we have no reason not to be on that list. She said once we're approved, it'll be within 24 hours that we'll be on the drop-down list on the website. So I'm excited about that. I'm disappointed that they lost their application last year. So based on the conversation I had yesterday, he said it might be 2 more years in order to be compliant, irrespective that we have ADI compliant service trainers that are train the trainers with our staff. So that's it. I'm just giving you an update that we're compliant. We're right where we should be. It's unfortunate they lost our application, but we are here. We have been, and we'll continue to serve veterans with this, and we're very excited about the program. I'm here to take any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you coming out, and thank you for what you do for veterans. Next is Cruz Montemayor, representing Peak Performers.
Do it like at the Capitol, bring the mic down, right? Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Cruz Montemayor from Peak Performers. It's good to be home. Of course, I used to be a deputy here many moons ago, so it's very nice to be among friends. So I was just here this morning just to thank the commission publicly. One of our employees that is very involved with your Veterans Employment Program has been nominated and selected for an American Legion Award. And so we're very happy that he was selected, and also that we continue to partner with the veteran community, especially the disabled veteran community, and trying to get them employed and get them into state employment. So again, thank you very much on behalf of Peak Performers. It's great to be among friends, and that's all I have. Thank you. Any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Well, thank you, Cruz, for coming back and visiting.
Yes.
I don't have any questions, commissioners.
I just want to say congratulations on your employees award.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. He does really good work. We're very proud of him.
Are we not announcing the person's name now, or are we waiting?
I'm sorry. That I don't know, but I will say Eric Butler is his name. He works with the veteran outreach portion of Peak, and particularly with the veterans employment. He's a son of two Air Force veterans, and so he's very attached to the veteran community. So,
Well, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cruz.
I do not have any other public comments that's not on the agenda, so we're going to continue on with the agenda, but I do have my pile of people who will be speaking later. Is there anyone else in the room who wants to speak on a topic not on the agenda that has not signed up? Okay, please come forward. Are you on the agenda? Can you please come up to the microphone so we can hear you? That's what I'm going to ask.
Yes, I did sign that speaker.
Okay, are
form.
you up for renewal or a new grant application?
No, I'm just speaking on behalf of Canine Companions, just a public comment.
Okay. I do have a form from you, but it did say it was on an agenda item, so.
Oh, is that right? I'm sorry.
Okay. If you would like to speak, please introduce yourself and your organization, then we'll have you fill out a form afterwards if I can't find it.
Okay. Madam Chair, board members, good morning. We've never met, but I feel as though I know you, not because we are patriots, but more so because we're all veterans. There is so much to speak about, but I put a few words together to stay on topic on the value of canine companions and the service dogs provided to veterans like myself. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Edwin Montalvo. I am a retired Army combat veteran with 25 years of service, including tours in Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, and other missions. I am honored to address you on a topic close to my heart, the transformative impact of service dogs and the incredible work of canine companions in supporting veterans. As combat veterans, we are trained to be self-sufficient and resilient in the face of adversity. However, transitioning to civilian life often brings emotional and psychological challenges that linger long after service. Service dogs provided by organizations like Canine Companions play a vital role in helping veterans navigate these challenges. These highly trained dogs assist with daily tasks, enabling greater independence and improving quality of life. For individuals with disabilities, they are not just helpers, but partners in managing physical and emotional challenges. Service dogs are trained to recognize and respond to specific medical conditions, such as PTSD. Their ability to sense an oncoming episode or provide grounding during moments of distress offers safety and reassurance that is difficult to put into words. Beyond their physical assistance, the emotional support they provide is equally significant. Veterans often face social isolation and stigma, and service dogs act as a bridge to human connection, fostering interactions, reducing loneliness, and encouraging community engagement. Canine Companions has been instrumental in pairing service dogs with individuals who need them, including myself and my service dog, Marielle, who I recently received in January of this year. Their comprehensive approach includes ongoing support and training for both handlers and dogs, ensuring successful partnerships built on trust and compatibility. For veterans, these bonds can be transformative, opening doors to communication, trust, and healing. Service dogs help veterans cope with visible and invisible wounds, offering emotional grounding and connection that spark healing and camaraderie. These dogs assist with a range of disabilities, including PTSD, anxiety, and mobility challenges. Their actions, whether nudging a veteran during an anxiety episode or providing a calming presence, go beyond training and become vital emotional lifelines. These small moments of comfort often lead to conversations and connections among veterans, fostering understanding and community. Organizations like Canine Companions are changing lives through their mission of providing highly trained service dogs to veterans. These dogs offer more than assistance, they provide security and independence that are hard to find elsewhere. They are not just companions, but partners, healers and friends, someone who has your six at all times. In conclusion, the value of service dogs extend far beyond companionship. They enhance independence, provide critical daily support, and offer often unknown inner strength. As awareness grows, so will the opportunities to change lives through the powerful bond between person and their service dog. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your continued support for all our veterans. I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for your service and for highlighting the importance of service dogs. And any questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. All right.
At this time, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Do you have a question? Okay. Next, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. We have two items on the consent agenda, approval of the meeting minutes from our second quarterly meeting and acceptance of gifts. I'm going to be removing acceptance of gifts from the consent agenda since we do not have any gifts to accept this quarter. Does any other commissioner wish to remove any items from the consent agenda for discussion?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
I heard that from Commissioner Dale. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Next, we'll move on to the presentations. First agenda item is F4A, which is a presentation to Vice Chair Mary Dale by the Veteran Land Board. And I will ask Darren Fitzgerald, the Director of the Veteran Affairs and Assistant Executive Secretary, to give this presentation.
Good morning, Chair Kerner, Commissioners. I'm Darren Fitzgerald, the Assistant Executive Secretary and Director of Veterans Affairs for the Veterans Land Board. I'm very happy this morning on behalf of Commissioner Don Buckingham to make a presentation to Vice Chair Dale for her participation in our Voices of Veterans Oral History program. She recently completed recording the story of her military journey and military service, which will be archived in the Texas General Land Office. So I have a letter and a certificate from Commissioner Buckingham, plus a few small tokens of our appreciation from the Veterans Land Board.
She'll calm down. Yes, absolutely. Let's do that.
The certificate from the Commissioner and a few other items here, her letter and a hat from the Bldg and a personal note from Monica Howell.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Chair
And,
Kerner, if I
yes.
can make a small comment before I leave. First of all, I'd really like to thank the Commission for their continued hard work in supporting the disability filing and claims for our veteran residents of our 10 veterans homes. And then, Chair Kerner, I'd also like to thank you for your participation in the Voices of Veterans program. And let the other commissioners know, as well as Executive Director Palladino and his staff, we would be happy to record the history of any of those individuals who've also served.
Thank you very much for reminding everyone. And I do want to encourage all veterans in the state of Texas to reach out and have your voice recorded and your story told for the archives for the state. So, and I look forward to listening to yours. So thank you. Thank you for
very
coming.
much.
Next, we'll move on to the report section. This includes the agency programs and division updates. I'll call on each division director, deputy executive director, and executive director to provide an update to the commission. First will be the program operations division director, Charlie Cato.
Good morning, Chair Kerner, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino. I'm Charlie Cato, the Division Director for Program Operations, and I'm here to give you the operations report. We'll start off with claims. Whether you may know, we have 2 justice-involved claims that actually travel across the state and try to meet veterans that are involved with the justice program, whether they're incarcerated, to help them with their benefits, to benefit them and their family. I'm happy to announce that we're actually adding a 3rd justice-involved coordinator in the claims department, not because business is so good, but the state is so large. It's estimated that we have an average of between 9,000 and 15,000 veterans housed in 104 TDCJ facilities, 18 Bureau of Prison facilities, and the 254 counties all have at least one county jail. So that's an awful lot of territory to cover. And it's just gotten to the point now, because the services are in such demand, because they've done such a good job, that we need to add a 3rd. We're not adding another FTE. We're taking a vacant position that became vacant and we lost the office space for to do this. This new justice involved coordinator will cover from Dallas to Texarkana and Red River down to College Station, so that northeast corner of the state. Position is advertised, and we're looking forward to fill it. Moving on to the Healthcare Advocacy Department. HCAD conducted their spring 2025 training. They did that virtually in April. They had topics focused on customer service, standards, VHA policies, and valuable skill sets for both face-to-face telephone and digital interactions. So it was very successful training for them. They expect to get together in person sometime this fall. Moving on to the education department, big thing in education right now is the development of the new Hazelwood database. Just a report on the status of that. We were able to preview the user interface, both a mobile phone user interface and the internet user interface, and it looks really exciting. The real hurdle that we had to get over with is an infrastructure improvement. So this is going to be cloud-based, and we had to build out, we contracted to build out the cloud base. I want to do a shout out to our friends over in DIR. They helped with that, and the big report is that cloud interface is now been built and been turned over, so the contractor developing the system is able to start migrating what they've built so far onto that. Everything is green. As of last week, that's the first time we've been green since the project kicked off, and we're looking forward to seeing it come in on time and on budget in October. Moving on to employment, I did want to announce an award winner as well. The Disabled American Veterans Department of Texas awarded the Disabled Veterans Outreach Program Specialist of the Year to Dennis Aaron from the Denton Workforce Center. So he'll receive his award at the DAV State Conference June 6th in Kerrville. So congratulations to him. And then other awards, we have the 2024 TVC Employer Awards for you. Katie Temez, the operations manager for VES, will give that to you in your considerations portion. And with that, subject to your questions, that's all I have.
Thank you, Charlie. Any questions?
Of course.
Thank you very much. Next is Chip Osborne, Resource Management Division Director.
Good morning, Chair Kerner, commissioners, directors, and special guests. For the record, my name is Chip Osborne. I'm the Division Director for Resource Management. Chair Kerner and commissioners, I put in your packet, unfortunately, they were two ineligible applicants for our Service Dog Grant Program. Originally, when we received the packets, inadvertently, we pushed them forward to our advisory committee. However, when we went to do our quality control check, and one of those primary checks happens to be that in accordance with the Texas Government Code 434.029, Bldg, they must possess the actual ADI certification in their packet. Hence, I had to remove the two entities from the list, which were the VFW Post 7108, as well as Knowledge Point Network. Hence, then, I have ensured with the FEA team to go back, review our checklist, make sure that ADI certification is on the checklist when, in fact, we didn't have it. So we made sure that it is now there to correct that issue going forward. That's all I have, subject to your questions concerning the incident.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Ma'am, I'll be followed by Michelle Knoll to give you the financial report for the second quarter. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman Kerner, fellow commissioners, Mr. Palladino. For the record, my name is Michelle Knoll, Chief Financial Officer for the Texas Veterans Commission. In your packet, you have two folders. One of them is just for your information only. It's the detail of the programs and their expenditures and method of finance. The other one is the fiscal year 25 second quarter operating statement. If you take a look at the first document, it's for the agency as a whole through the second quarter or mid-year, February of 28 of 2025. The expenditures are at the top portion of the document. For this first quarter, for this first mid-year, we spent $16 million to $15,917. And then if you look at the bottom half, which is the method of finance or our funding source, we have $58,918,559. For the agency, if you take the expenditures versus the method of finance, we spent about 28% for the first year. But as you know, a good portion of that is the Fund 368, the lottery revenues, of which you haven't granted those resources yet. So if you don't factor in those, we are at a 52% spending for our method of finance. So we're right on target for the mid-year of fiscal year 2025. I will move on unless you have any questions pertaining to this document.
Any questions? Okay. Continue.
Okay, if you look at the second document, this is the 2025 Fund for Veterans Assistance Revenue Estimation. It's a comparison of last quarter, this quarter. You look at our annual lottery revenues actually went up a little over 1.1 million. The annual lottery unclaimed prizes went down a little bit, about 322,000. Other revenues, such as Department of Motor Vehicles, Texas Park and Wildlife, that went down just slightly, about 50,000. Our UV from 2024 is still at the 7.1. Our 2023 de-obligation, we did a little more cleanup, so that increased about 354,000. And then the general revenues for the service dogs and the housing for Texas Heroes Vet Courts, that remains consistent. So we have an estimate of a little over 53 million in funding. So if you look at the expenses, I just removed out what we project for the FEA operating expenses, miscellaneous transfers, and then we have that $3 million set aside. So after you deduct the expenses, you have an available balance of $46,310 and $872. This is for grant renewals and new grants. And as a reminder, per 3.9 in the RFA, the grant renewals are per your discretion. You don't have to renew every grantee. But as long as they achieve 60% of their total number of clients to be served as of February 28th, and they have no unresolved compliance findings, then it's per your discretion. Therefore, that concludes my brief, pending any questions you have on this.
Thank you, Michelle. So just to clarify, so 46.3 million is what we're going to be working towards later on in the meeting agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions, Commissioner? Okay. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Chip, is that the end of your section? Okay. Moving on to the Deputy Executive Director, Shonda Bay.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guests. For the record, my name is Sean DeBay. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the Texas Veterans Commission. There's a lot to get to, so I promise to be brief. I would normally be followed by James Crabtree, the Director for Government Relations, but he is at a hearing, so I'll be covering down for that legislative update, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Crystal Matthews. Women Veterans Day is coming up in about a month, so she'll update you on that. I want to talk about the internal audit. Garza, Gonzalez and Associates, they are a new internal auditor that started this fiscal year. Based on their internal audit plan, they had 3 objectives. One is to follow up on past audits, the Veterans Entrepreneur Program, and then the modified scope of the Women Veterans Program, which Dr. Matthews and I met with them yesterday to go over their draft of their Women Veterans Program audit, and everything looks great. They're an amazing team, so looking forward to that report. In August, the 4th quarter commission meeting, they will be here to give you a full detailed report of the internal audit for this year. There's an event June 28th with us and our partners at the Veterans Land Board at Canyon, West Texas A&M in Canyon, just south of Amarillo. That'll be our Veterans Resource Fairs that we're doing. And Commissioner Hernandez, I understand you will be there, so we're so happy for you to attend that and looking forward to that. So thank you so much for coming to that. And then the 2024 Media Awards. You all approved at the last commission meeting. If they haven't reached out to you already, the communications team will be reaching out to you to do those presentations. So looking forward to that. Subject to questions, I'd like to get on to the legislative update.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's continue.
So there's 3 bills I want to update you on. House Bill 114 is a transition of certain veteran mental health initiatives from the Health and Human Services Commission to the Texas Veterans Commission. That is from Representative Cortez. It passed the House and is being heard at the Senate today, which is why you don't see James here at this meeting. There's a Senate Bill 524, which is a franchise tax exemption and certain filing fees for certain veteran-owned businesses. That's a bill from Senator Campbell. It was heard yesterday at Senate Finance, and it was passed out of that committee. Another one is Senate Bill 1814. That's a data management system allowing us to proactively provide veterans with information about available resources. This will also allow our internal platforms at TVC to talk to each other, which helps with departments referring veterans within TVC. That's a Senator Hancock bill. Pleased to say it passed the Senate and the House, as in it went to calendars on May 6th. Then the last piece is our exceptional items. So that is at conference committee. So we're hopeful within the next week or so that we'll have the results, and all the feedback we got has been very positive about our exceptional items. So unless you have questions for me, I'd just like to turn over to Dr. Matthews to talk about Women Veterans Day.
Commissioners, any questions on the legislative update?
No question.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, and Mr. Palladino. For the record, I'm Dr. Crystal Matthews, the Director of the Women Veterans Program, and I'm here to provide a brief update on Women Veterans Day event. As you all are aware, our event is to celebrate Women Veterans Day annually June 12th, and this year marks the 77th anniversary of the Women's Armed Services Integration Act being signed into law by President Truman in 1948. This year, we're teaming up with a few organizations to include Camp V, VLB, and also UT Tyler's Military and Veteran Success Center to host a Women Veterans Day event or celebration on Saturday, June 7th at UT Tyler. The event will consist of a warm welcome, keynote speakers, networking, veteran resources, and live entertainment. So if you guys have never heard of Jen Ford, she's going to be our live entertainment this year at the event. And we're so appreciative of her donating those services to us. We're looking to host 125 women veterans and their family members. And we opened registration last month via Eventbrite. Again, that event's going to be on Saturday, June 7th at UT Tyler, and it's going to be from 12 to 3 p.m. And that is the end of my report, pending any questions.
I don't have any questions. Any questions, commissioners?
No.
Sounds like an amazing event. Thank you.
It'll be fun. Thanks,
Thanks, Crystal.
Thank you.
Sean, any other questions for your area? Okay, now I'll turn it over to our Executive Director, Tom Palladino.
Thank you, Chairwoman, Commissioners, TVC staff, and all our guests in the room today. I want to thank you all for your service to veterans. And of course, if you're a veteran yourself, thank you for that service. And all our partners out there, we work with all of you. You know, there's a lot of grantee organizations that are also our partners, and we work together in order to collaboratively advocate for our veterans and serve them. So up front, I want to thank you all for what you do in that or in those arenas, in your specific areas. TVC has been very busy this past year, and especially during legislative session. So the session ends in a few weeks, and we've been representing the agency at hearings and working with legislators in the Senate and in the House, in the governor's office, lieutenant governor's office, on bills that affect the agency, as well as bills that affect veterans, and lastly, of course, as in the budget, as Sean DeBay mentioned. So that's still going on, consistently every single day, and then we'll get the final results at the end of session, and then whatever those bills pass that affect the agency, we'll implement those, with 100%, as we always do. Normally, in the meantime, every department is working extremely hard to accomplish their mission and their goals. They are hiring. We are hiring qualified personnel in all of our openings, training them, and mentoring, supervising, ensuring they provide the best service possible to our veterans. And connected them to the services that meet their needs. And if it's not us, then we connect them to our partner organizations. We use the Texas Veterans Network, and we also use our contacts throughout the state. As you've heard, we have benefit fairs that Angela Wellner, our communication director, is planning around the state. We work with a lot of partner organizations on any type of event that they would like to do. We want to get the word out. Our goal is to get the word out to the veterans, service members, transitioning service members, and their families about the great services that TVC has and our partner organizations as well. We work well with the VA. We have a lot of offices in the VA at no cost, and we'll continue to work with them to maintain that space, as well as our county partners. We have some of our staff at counties, some at educational institutions, some at military installations, and of course the Workforce Solutions Centers as well. So we're spread throughout the state. 75% of our staff is across the state, not here in Austin, in about 85 cities. So they're improving their awareness and services every single day, and I want to thank them for that. We're training our staff. We have upcoming trainings that happen in the district and statewide for all the different departments, and as well as doing that with our partners. So I want to thank you all again. That's I would say that's an update without going into any more detail, unless you have any questions of me.
I don't have any questions, Tom. Okay. Thank you. And you're speaking tomorrow, right?
I am representing the state of Texas and the National Association of State Directors of Veteran Affairs at the National Coalition of State Legislatures, which Military and Veteran Task Force, which is in San Antonio. So I'm speaking on behalf of all the state directors of veteran affairs in every single state, as well as Texas, to them.
Well, I look forward to hearing it. I'll be there as well. Okay. Any other reports? Tom, I think that's it. Okay. We'll move on to the consideration items. The first consideration item is action regarding the election of commission officers. So Commissioners, Section 434.006 of the Texas Government Code, subparagraph B, states that the commission should annually elect from its members an assistant presiding officer and a secretary, and then an officer shall serve until that officer's successor is appointed. At this time, I'll accept nominations for Commission Vice Chair.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Barber and hand over the reins if he is willing to accept.
I don't think we heard you in that one.
What it looked like was on. Okay, got it. I'd like to nominate Commissioner Barber as Vice Chair if he's willing to accept.
Commissioner,
motion.
Commissioner Barber, do you agree to this nomination?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay. And it sounds like we have a second. Are there any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, are there any questions about the election of Commissioner Barber as the new vice chair? Any questions about your obligations?
No,
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the election of Commissioner Barber as the vice chair?
So moved.
I have a second.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, Kevin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. And at this time, I'll now accept nominations for Commission Secretary, as it is now vacant. And do I have any nominations?
I nominate Commissioner Wright.
Okay. Commissioner Wright, do you agree to this nomination?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, do you have any questions about being the secretary?
A lot.
Okay, well,
I'll
we'll
fill you
follow
in.
up.
Don't worry.
Do I hear a motion to approve the election of Commissioner Wright as the secretary?
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed, say nay. Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Big shoes to fill there, Chuck.
Okay, next we're moving on to the next agenda item, which is 6B, which is action regarding the 2024 Texas Veterans Commission Employer Awards. And I'll ask Katie Tamez, our VES Operations Manager, to present this item.
Good morning, Chairwoman Kerner, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guests. For the record, my name is Catherine Tamez, and I'm the Operations Manager for Veterans Employment Services at the Texas Veterans Commission. Our Veteran Employment Services team respectfully submits the approval of the following 6 employers as recipients of TVC's VES Employer of the Year Awards for 2024. This annual award recognizes employers for their exemplary commitment to hiring veterans and promotes the relationship between Texas employers, our commission, and veterans in the state of Texas. A 5-member VES headquarters panel rigorously evaluated 79 nominated candidates from our 5 VES districts for these 6 awards. Considered was the number and ratio of veterans employed, veterans hired during the 2024 award cycle, quality of the nomination narratives, and employer contributions to the veteran community. The selected employers, representing diverse industries, embody TVC's mission to foster meaningful employment opportunities for Texas veterans. For the TVC VES Employer of the Year Small category, we submit Undivided Labor. They're out of Roanoke, Texas. James Kashka, a Veterans Employer Liaison out of the North Texas District, nominated this employer. Undivided Labor has a workforce of 7, of which 43% were veterans. They hired 6 individuals during the year, 33% of those were veterans. Next, we recommend awarding the TVC VES Employer of the Year Medium Employer Award to Airbus Helicopters Incorporated of Grand Prairie, Texas. The nominator here was T. Hewling. She's a VEL coach in the North Texas District as well. Airbus Helicopters Incorporated, they have a workforce of 904. 20% of these were veterans. They hired 107 individuals during the 2024 period, of which 31% were veterans. For the TVC VES Employer of the Year Award for Large Employer, We submit Allied Universal Security here in Austin, Texas, Carlton Robinson, a VEL in the VES Central Texas District, submitted this nomination. Allied Universal Security has a workforce of 2,100 individuals. 23% of these are veterans. They hired 1,400 individuals during the year, and 14% of these were veterans. For the TVC VES Government Entity of the Year Award for Small Government Entity, we are pleased to present the City of Bellmead, Texas. The nominator was Kelly Cameron, who is a VEL in the Central Texas District. The City of Bellmead has a workforce of 82, of which 16% were veterans. In 2024, they hired 20 individuals, 30% of these were veterans. For the Medium TVC VES Government Entity of the Year Award, we present the Garland Fire Department for your approval. Vanetta Robinson, a VEL in the VES North Texas District, nominated this employer. 24% of the Garland Fire Department's 298-person workforce were veterans. In 2024, they hired 20 individuals, and 42% of those were veterans. And finally, we recommend for the TVC VES Government Entity of the Year Award for the Large Government Entity, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, also here in Austin, Texas. Our Rural Veteran Career Advisor, David Cardenas of South District, submitted this employer for the consideration. Texas Commission on Environmental Quality has a workforce of 2,876 individuals. 7% of these were veterans, and last year they hired 499 individuals. 10% of those were veterans, increasing their veteran staff ratio. With that, VES respectfully recommends Commission approval of these outstanding Texas employers. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, it was really good to see that TCEQ started hiring so many more veterans.
Yes.
I know
absolutely.
every state agency has a goal of 20%.
Right.
So it's good. It's great to see some
movement
working in that direction.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, mind you, we have 80% and over 80% in TVC, but that's beside the point. Okay. Commissioners, do I hear a motion to approve the 2024 Texas Veterans Commission Employer Awards?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Next agenda item is 6C, just action regarding grant year 2024-2025 amendment request to increase the grant amount for Zapata County VCSO Housing for Texas Heroes grant for an additional $20,000 in grant funding. And I'll ask Irv Leos, our Director of Fund for Veteran Assistance, to present this item.
Thank you and good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guests. For the record, my name is Irv Leos Jr., Funds for Veteran Assistance Director. The item I'll be presenting is for the Zapata County Veterans County Service Officer grant providing Housing for Texas Heroes services that is requesting additional funding. This information provided is for your review is in the SharePoint folder labeled C, Grant Year 2024-2025 Amendment Request to Increase Grant Amount Zapata County. This folder contains 4 documents: the amendment request from Zapata County, the current grant application, a compliance visit report, and the summary that I will be using for this presentation. Zapata County Veterans County Service Office is requesting an additional $20,000 to serve 2 clients. The first client is a disabled surviving spouse needing modifications to the bathroom and floor replacement. Both are needed due to accessibility and tripping hazards. The second client is a disabled veteran needing broken windows replaced that are currently letting the elements enter the home. As of March 31st, Zapata County has utilized 98% of their client services budget and served 27 out of 32 projected, equaling 84%. Zapata County Veterans County Service Officer has applied for a similar grant, but has stated the repairs for both clients are needed sooner than later, thus requesting additional funding. This amendment is brought before the Commission because it involves an increase for grant award, which requires Commission approval. FVA recommends that the commission make a motion to approve Zapata County's Veterans County Service Office amendment request for an additional $20,000 in grant funding for the 2024-2025 grant period. Pending any question, that concludes my presentation for the Zapata County amendment request.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners, on the amendment? Any questions? Okay. Anyone here to speak on behalf of this agenda item? I didn't have anyone sign up. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve grant year 2024-2025 amendment request to increase the grant amount for Zapata County VCSO Housing for Texas Heroes grant for an additional $20,000 in grant funding?
So moved.
Okay, I heard a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Hernandez. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed say nay. Motion is approved. Thank you. And you might as well stay up there. Okay, next agenda item is 6D, which is action regarding grant year 24-25 amendment request to increase the grant amount for the city of El Paso General Assistance Transportation Grant for an additional $13,500 in grant funding. And you'll be presenting this item as well, Irv. So.
Yes, ma'am. This item I'll be presenting is for the City of El Paso General Assistance Grant providing transportation services. They're requesting additional funding. This information provided for your review is also in the SharePoint folder labeled D, Grant Year 24-25 Amendment Request to Increase Grant Amount, City of El Paso. This folder contains 4 documents that are similar to those discussed in a previous agenda item. The City of El Paso is requesting an additional $13,500 to continue providing transportation services to the end of the grant period, or June 30th of this year. At the end of February, the City of El Paso had expended 76% of their client services budget, having served 654 clients out of the projected 1,000, or 65%. The projected monthly expenditures have them running out of funds mid-May or this week. FEA staff has reported City of El Paso will have expended their remaining $11,700 with the April reimbursement request that is due today. This amendment is before the commission because it involves an increase to grant award which requires commission approval. FEA recommends the commission make a motion to approve the City of El Paso amendment request for an additional $13,500 in grant funding for the 2024-2025 grant period. Pending any questions, this concludes my presentation for the City of El Paso amendment request.
Thank you, Irv. Any questions, commissioners? Okay. Anyone here to speak on behalf of this amendment request, public comment? Do I hear a motion? Are you speaking? Okay, come on up. Please introduce yourself and your organization.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Anthony D. Kaiser, Colonel retired, 33-year combat veteran. I'm also the director for Sun Metro El Paso. We're the recipients of this grant. I would just like to say that thank you for all you do first, and thank you for the grant. This grant allows the veterans of El Paso to have mobility to get to and from the doctors and to get to and from work to support their families. We estimated how much we would get in the first year, and we estimated how many veterans we would be able to touch. And we end up touching more than we thought. And there's so many veterans that are coming, we cannot service all the veterans that want this service. And so we can't add anybody else on to this. And so we're turning veterans away to get transportation to and from where they need to go. And so I just say, like, just imagine with some of the different issues and problems that our veterans have, it's compounded by not having transportation, the freedom of movement. We talk about some of the different programs that there are, but what if you're a veteran and can't get there. Now you've compounded the original problems by not being able to get to the services that you need to help you with the problems. Not only that, if you're trying to have a job to help you just maintain your normal life, but you can't get there, you don't have dependable transportation to do that, you've created another problem in your home. Not just feeding your family, but to pay the rent or to get to the doctor, to take care of your children, to take care of your spouse. This particular grant has many, many ways that it touches our veterans. Not just a grant to get a ride. This is a grant to help sustain the lives of veterans and bring independence through mobility to get to and from where they need to go, to conduct themselves and support their families in a normal manner like the rest of the American citizens. And that's why we're here, and that's what we try to do. So I'm asking you to help me help them have a normal life and independence. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much for speaking.
Thank you for
and
your
for
service.
your service. Any other questions, commissioners? Do I hear a motion to approve the grant year 2024-2025 amendment request to increase the grant amount for the City of El Paso General Assistance Transportation Grant for an additional $13,500 in grant funding?
So moved.
I heard 3. Commissioner Dale and then Commissioner Hernandez as second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Motion is approved. Next agenda item is action regarding grant year 24-25 amendment request to increase the grant amount for the Project Mend General Assistance Financial Assistance Grant for an additional $54,000 in grant funding. And you'll be presenting as well.
Yes, ma'am. This item I will be presenting is for Project Men General Assistance Grant, providing assistive technology service. They are requesting additional funding. This information is also in the SharePoint, labeled E, Grant Year 24-25 Amendment Request to Increase Grant Amount, Project Mend. Again, this folder contains 4 documents that are similar to those in the previous agenda items. Project Mend is requesting an additional $54,000 to serve the projected number of 500 clients. As of March 31st, Project Mend had expended 83% of their client services budget and served 330 of the projected 500, or 66%. Project Mend is reporting their average expenditure for clients is $400, and with the remaining funds, they would only be able to serve 27 more clients. The additional $54,000 would allow them to serve their remaining projected clients as noted in their application. As in previous agenda items, this amendment is before the commission because it involves an increase to the grant award, which requires commission approval. FVA recommends that the commission make a motion to approve Project Mend amendment request for an additional $54,000 in grant funding for the 2024-2025 grant period. Pending any questions, that concludes my presentation on the Project Mend amendment request.
Commissioners, any questions for Irv on this amendment request?
I have a question.
Okay.
On the Project Men, does that cover statewide or regional?
Give me a second, Commissioner. I will get that up. Commissioner, it is regional. It covers the Alamo area. They're out of San Antonio.
Any other questions?
$54,000 is a lot of money. Do we have any idea of what exactly is increasing the cost on these assisted mobility items?
Ma'am, talking to the executive director from Project Men, she states that just increase in costs, just like anything else, inflation, their costs, especially those items that they don't have on hand that they have to buy, have increased. So thus it's affecting their their overall budget.
Okay. No particular item in general that we're seeing the need for that has increased cost?
No, ma'am, they have not described that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, is anyone here to speak and public comment on this item? I didn't have anyone sign up. Okay. With that, do I hear a motion to approve a grant year 24-25 amendment request to increase the grant amount for Project Men General Assistance Financial Assistance Amendment Grant for an additional $54,000 in grant funding? I so move. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I probably should direct this to Irv, and should have been a question to Irv. Don't they have a grant request in front of us this year as well?
Give me a second, Commissioner.
And the question is more whether they do. Well, if they don't, then it's academic. If they do, my question really is: have they calculated this new, basically increase in cost per head into their next grant request?
So, Commissioner, first question is they are on the renewal track.
Okay.
Thus, I don't know how that would affect.
Never mind. You've answered my question for me. If they're on the renewal track, then we're renewing them with their previous numbers. So,
or at our discretion.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Listen, nay. Opposed, say nay. Okay. Motion is approved. Next is agenda item 6F, which, we're about to go into renewals, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
So commissioners, we've been going on for about an hour. Do we want to take a break before we jump into the renewals? Yes. Okay. At this time, we are going to be taking a break, and we will re-adjourn at 10:15. Call our commission meeting back to order. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is action regarding 24-25 Fund for Veteran Assistance grantees seeking renewal for the grant year 25-26. And Irv Leos from the Fund for Veteran Assistance will be presenting this agenda item. And first, you'll be starting with the ones that met the renewal criteria. Is that correct, Leo?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Getting me already. Okay. Let's go ahead.
All right. Before I begin, Commissioners, presenting the 24-25 Funds for Veteran Assistance Grant Seeking Renewal for the 2025-2026 grant year, I would like to remind the Commission about two types of grants and those requirements. First, the Texas Government Code that directs TVC to set aside at least 5% of FVA funding to be available only to Veterans County Service Officers who applied for FVA grants. This information is also in Section 2.5 of the request for application. Currently at the set available funding, $46.31 million, 5% of the available funding would equal to $2,315,500. If the commissions choose to include the contingency funds of $3 million, the total available funding would be $49.31 million, increasing the availability funding for the Veterans County Service Officers to $2,465,500. To keep track of the funds, we will ask the Commission what funding amount will be used. The second requirement is for the Veterans Mental Health Service Dog Program. The General Appropriations Act of 2023 for the 24-25 year Rider 14 states $1 million be dedicated to the service dog program. Commissioners, FVA staff calculated reducing funding to has calculated reducing funding to align with the available funding. I will discuss how the reduction funding was determined shortly. Commissioners, at the recommended reduced funding for both types of grants, we would exceed the requirements. Only calculating the VCOSO grantees that met the renewal criteria and those recommended by the committee, the total funding would be $3,065,000. The Service Dog program consists of 3 grantees, all in the renewal track, totaling $1,205,000. Please turn your attention to the screen. We're bringing up the table we're going to use to keep track of the funding.
Okay.
All right, there it is. The table shown is controlled by our operations manager, Joanna Orozco, and the grants program supervisor, Ileana Vasquez, and it will be updated as the commissioners award grant funding and renewal process. Can you show the projected cost? All right. As shown, the total amounts available for the commission to renew or award grants is $46.31 million. Starting from the left, the 24-25 renewal table calculates 78 grants that have met the performance criteria, totaling just over $12.5 million. Sorry, it was the wrong table. There it is. This is the correct table. The middle table is the 25-26 recommended table. It shows 139 applications.
Excuse me, Irv, can we stick to the agenda item of renewals, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just want to hear about renewals right now.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. The FBA programs for renewals include Veterans County Service Office, Veterans Treatment Court, Housing for Texas Heroes, Veterans Mental Health, and General Assistance grants. These grants began operations July 1st of 2024 and are set to end next month, June 30th, 2025. The renewal criteria set forth in the RFA section 3.9 states the following. To be considered for renewal, grantees are expected to meet 60% of annual performance by the end of February, which is the 8th month of the grant period, July 1st, 2024 to February 28th, 2025. And the second requirement, have no unresolved compliance findings. Of the 131 grants, 78 grants met or exceeded the 60% performance criteria, totaling just over $21 million.
Joanna, can you show that, please? I'd like to see, and I just want to see the renewals. Is there just a renewals tab? No. Okay, then we'll look at this. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, commissioners, moving to the spreadsheet that's provided in front of you or in your SharePoint folder. I want to discuss the tables. So the top table again addresses all grants that are in the renewal track. The middle table addresses the 78 that met the performance criteria at the $21 million. And the bottom table shows the 78 grantees that met or exceeded the 60% performance criteria with the FBA recommended funding and proportional reduction in numbers to serve. The recommended funding was calculated using one of two methods. The first method was the average for the 8th month's expenditure multiplied times 12 months. The second method was the evaluation of the current expenditures to determine the funding. The use of both methods resulted in the recommended funding totaling just over $12.57 million. Commissioners, I will go through each grant program and name all 25 grants that met or exceeded the renewal criteria. On the second page is your Veterans County Service Officer. These are seeking renewal. Out of those seeking renewal, 9 Veterans County Service Officers met There was 9 that were seeking renewals. 4 counties met or exceeded the criteria, totaling $750,000. FEA is recommending reducing funding for most of these grantees. These grantees are Hidalgo County Peer Support Services, $250,000. Liberty County Financial Assistance, $50,000. Hayes County Financial Assistance, $200,000. Willacy County Financial Assistance, $125,000. Next is Veterans Treatment Court on page 3 of your PDF or the orange tab in your Excel folder. Of the 14 Veterans Treatment Court grants seeking renewal, 8 treatment courts met or exceeded the criteria, totaling $2,275,000. Again, FBA is recommending reduced funding for these grantees. The grantees with the recommended funding are Bexar County Commissioners Court Felony Court, $125,000. Bexar County Misdemeanor Veterans Treatment Court, $150,000. Collin County, $200,000. Potter County, $75,000. Montgomery County, $125,000. Hayes County, $175,000. Comal County, $105,000. Galveston County, $135,000. Next is the Housing for Texas Heroes on page 4 of the PDF or the blue tab in your Excel. Of the 16 Housing for Texas Heroes grants seeking renewal, 8 organizations met or exceeded the criteria, totaling $3,370,000. Again, FBA is recommending reduced funding for these grantees. These grantees with the recommended funding are Garland Area Habitat for Humanity, $350,000. Panhandle Community Services, $350,000. Easter Seals Central Texas, $350,000. Golden Crescent Habitat for Humanity, $200,000. Operation Finally Home, $350,000. Meals on Wheels and More, $350,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio, $200,000. Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County, $150,000. Next, Veterans Mental Health. Please turn to page 5 of your PDF sheet or click on the yellow tab. Of the 27 Veterans Mental Health grants seeking renewal, 21 organizations met or exceeded the criteria, totaling $5,875,000. Again, FBA is recommending reduced funding for most of these grantees. The grantees with the recommended funding are Collin County Clinical Counseling, $150,000. Family Endeavors Clinical Counseling, $350,000. Grace After Fire Peer Support, $50,000. Harris County Peer Support, $50,000. Patriot Paws Service Dog, $500,000. Samaritan Center for Counseling and Pastoral Care, Clinical Counseling, $350,000. Canine Companions for Independence Service Dog, $350,000. Henry's Home Horse and Human Sanctuary Peer Support, $50,000. Easter Seals of Greater Houston Clinical Counseling, $200,000. Refuge Services Clinical Counseling, $150,000. Project Amistad Clinical Counseling, $75,000. Marriage Management Peer Support, $50,000. Sabine Valley Regional MHMR Center Peer Support, $50,000. Baylor Research Institute Clinical Counseling, $350,000. Outdoor Association for True Heroes Peer Support, $50,000. Heart of Texas Regional Mental Health Mental Retardation Center Clinical Counseling, $125,000. Austin Dog Alliance Service Dog, $355,000. West Texas Counseling and Guidance Clinical Counseling, $350,000. Castle Cares Community Ministries Clinical Counseling, $100,000. Skeleton Crew Adventures Peer Support, $50,000. Outsiders Anonymous Peer Support, $50,000. General Assistance. Lastly, Commissioners, please turn to page 6 or click green on your general assistance tab on your Excel. These are the general assistance grants seeking renewal. Out of the 65 grants, 37 organizations met the criteria, totaling $9,125,000. Again, FBA's recommending reduced funding for these grantees. The grantees with the recommended funding are Texas Behavioral Health Financial Assistance, $150,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio Supportive Services, $150,000. Haiti Christian Ministries Financial Assistance, $150,000. Foundation Communities Financial Assistance, $50,000. Interfaith Ministries for Greater Houston Supportive Services, $150,000. Family Endeavors Financial Assistance, $350,000. Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County Transportation Programs, $150,000. United Way of Denton County Financial Assistance, $200,000. The Salvation Army Waco Financial Assistance, $150,000. Goodwill Industries of Houston Employment Support, $50,000. Family Pathfinders of Tarrant County Supportive Services, $75,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters of South Texas Supportive Services, $5,000. Panhandle Community Services Financial Assistance, $150,000. Hope for Warriors Financial Assistance, $150,000. The Salvation Army Corpus Christi Financial Assistance, $200,000. Houston Volunteer Lawyers Pro Bono Legal Services, $50,000. Nueces County Financial Assistance, $100,000. Heroes Night Out Financial Assistance, $100,000. Hidalgo County Community Service Agency Financial Assistance, $150,000. Wheelchairs for Warriors Supportive Services, $100,000. Deep East Texas Council of Governments Financial Assistance, $50,000. USA Cares Financial Assistance, $350,000. The Salvation Army San Antonio Financial Assistance, $200,000. Community Council of South Central Texas Financial Assistance, $150,000. Veteran Center of North Texas Financial Assistance, $150,000. Burnett County Transportation Programs, $50,000. Honor Veterans Now Supportive Services, $350,000. Volunteers of America Texas Financial Assistance, $150,000. Caritas of Austin Financial Assistance, $75,000. Caritas of Waco Financial Assistance, $150,000. Catholic Charities of Central Texas Financial Assistance, $150,000. Trinity County Financial Assistance, $50,000. Easter Seals of Greater Houston Financial Assistance, $75,000. After Military Service Financial Assistance, $75,000. The Salvation Army El Paso Homeless Veteran Support, $150,000. San Antonio Metropolitan Ministry Financial Assistance, $125,000. Bring Everyone in the Zone Financial Assistance, $125,000. That concludes the list. Commissioners, at this time, I would like the Commission to make a motion to renew all 24-25 grants meeting the renewal criteria at the recommended funding totaling $12,875,000 with a proportional reduction in the number to serve. Pending any questions, that concludes my presentation for renewals.
Thank you, Irv. Any questions, Commissioners?
Well,
do you have a question, Commissioner Barber?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're taking them by category, right?
We can.
Yeah.
I have a general question, if you don't mind, and regardless of category, and then we can take questions specifically. And again, we're going to right now focus on just the applicants that met the renewal requirement for now. If we want to consider applicants that or renewals that did not meet the requirement, we would have to vote to waive the renewal criteria, which we've done in the past, and then we will consider them as well. So typically in the past, what we've done is we've voted on all of the applicants that met the renewal criteria, made decisions on those. And then after we did that, we would vote on whether or not we wanted to waive the renewal criteria to allow some applicants to be renewed that didn't meet the criteria. And we have typically done that in the past as well. So first, we will be considering those that met the criteria and the amount that we want to fund those renewals for. And so I just have one generic question for you, Irv, is when staff made a recommended funding reduction, it was not necessarily based off of how they were expending their money. It was more of an attempt to help us get in within the $46.3 million. Is that correct?
Ma'am, that was a combination of both, trying to get within that 46.3 million, but the expenditure rate was looked at.
Okay. But it's clearly not the only indicator, because there's times where their expenditure rate was more than on track, but you still reduced.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. So just keep that in mind, commissioners. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm having a hard time with.
Okay. So Commissioner Barber, if you have any additional questions, you go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I want to make are we ready for a motion on?
No, we have to hear all the public comment first.
Okay.
And I do have a general question, because when you looked at the expenditure rate, was it taken into consideration if they were going to be able to get through the next cycle without coming back and asking for amendments?
Commissioner, that was not taken into consideration. It was strictly on this application. I'm sorry, this renewal and meeting the funding, available funding.
Okay. And I do appreciate that. I know we're very tight on the funding that we can give when we want to try to help as many people as possible so they can turn around and help our veterans. But at the same time, I'm sensitive to the fact that there may not be enough funding, and then we're hearing all these amendments again coming up and getting into this cycle. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Plus, you're performing at a 307% performance rate, expending 48% of the money, and I don't see why we would reduce that.
Did you have a question?
Yes, that was the question.
Okay. Okay. So having any other questions for Irv on his presentation as of now?
No.
Okay. We will now bring up public comment on this agenda item. So anyone that has items up for renewal that have signed up, I'm going to call you up. If for some reason after hearing the presentation you do want to speak on a renewal, please right now walk over and fill out a form if there's any over there, Cheryl, and then I'll add you to the list. Okay. So first up is Eduardo Chapa.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Madam Chair, are they going to come up and speak by category or just randomly?
How they signed up.
How they signed up?
Yes.
Okay.
Order of sign up. So this is from Webb County. Yes, please come on up to the podium. Thank you very much. Please announce your name, your organization, what your grant category is, so that it can help us.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, Madam Chair, Mr. Palladino, distinguished guest in today's audience. My name is Eduardo Chapa. I am the Regional Director for Veterans Treatment Program based out of Webb County, which serves a total of 8 counties, including Dimmitt, Jim Hogg, Jim Wells, Maverick, Star, Valverde, Webb, and Zapata. Thank you for having us today. This is our first time here. Of course, we've been renewed each and every year, but this is my first time here as a director. And here with me is our regional outreach general manager, Mr. Juan Morales, who's a veteran himself, retired Army Command Sergeant Major, here with me today. And together, under the leadership of our Webb County Judge, Tano Tijerina, we have put together a team that continue moving forward with our grant and working hand in hand with now 3 grant officers as per a year and 3 months since I've been there in office. Everyone has been very helpful, very professional.
We're looking forward and having Ms. Beth working with us in the near future.
Excuse me, Mr. Chapa, is your grant a Veteran County Service Officer grant?
Sorry, ma'am.
What type of grant are you renewing?
It's a Veterans Treatment Program Court. That's how it's listed for Webb County and Regional.
I don't have you. Oh, there you are for Veteran Treatment Court. So you're speaking just on the Veteran Treatment Court grant renewal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
you also have a VCSO grant.
Right, not that one.
Okay, so you're speaking on the Veteran Treatment Court.
Only on that one. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam
Thank you for
Chair.
that clarification.
And thank you for clarification.
Okay.
As I was saying, we've worked with different grant officers and everybody in the compliance team. We actually had a compliance visit by Mr. Coronado in January, and that went very well. Our number one mission stands in serving our community, and what better way to serve our community, different communities, different counties, than to serve our veterans. It is our distinct pleasure and honor to do it under the leadership of Webb County Judge Tano Tijerina, and seeking renewal for this coming year and reflecting on the reports that pay close attention to what the work, sacrifices, and diligent work that we've done with the staff providing the services from counseling, UAs to of course rental, mortgage, and so on and so forth. It is to my knowledge, and I want to share it with the commissioners, that each county has been visited since we started there a year and 3 months. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. And we've been there several times visiting with sheriff's offices, district attorney's offices, district judges, local leaders in our community to help them understand that we're there to lend a helping hand to our veterans, and to know that, share the word. Sometimes it goes under the rug, and it's good as a reminder to keep it fresh. All these services are provided thanks from the governor's office, thanks to all of you, of course, all the grantees, and it takes a community and everybody coming together to help our veterans. With that being said, we look forward to working with all of you in the years to come, and thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, so Commissioner Barber.
Your performance is 0.
Right. It showed 0 because of the flux system. We were providing an Excel sheet throughout the grant officers and throughout the renewal. And of course, in January, we were told that we were succeeding not only the 25 limit, but overachieving. So it doesn't reflect there, but it has, in my understanding, a spreadsheet with all the services and all the clients that we provide.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there an updated number?
As per July 1st to February, we had a total of 39 clients.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wright.
He may have just answered my question. So you are significantly over-serving, because I was going to compliment you on keeping our young veterans out of trouble, mostly young, down in the valley, but obviously you're hitting some pretty high numbers.
We are, Mr. Wright, and as I was saying, it's getting adapted to the system of flux, and it's getting more into how can we report those numbers effectively, because we're doing the legwork, we're doing the extra mile when it comes to the services, and we actually have a lot of pending clients that want to come into the program, and we just want to reflect that in our system.
And Mr. Leos, can you confirm his numbers? Because we had problems last year with the same type of people not getting it into flux, and if they don't get it in, and I'm saying this to anybody who's listening, you don't get it into flux, you don't count.
Right.
You come up with a 0. So can you confirm what he was saying? Because he said they've served 39, so they're well over their number.
Commissioner, we cannot confirm We've gotten a letter from them, but it again, like you stated, Commissioner, it's not entered into Flux where we pull the data from.
But we know they've spent more than half their money.
Yes, sir.
Oh. Okay. All right. And I get that, and but please work with our system.
Most definitely, Mr. Wright. And we're looking forward to that because we've gone through different grant officers.
Thank you.
And it's just hard to manage.
Understand.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the speaker? Okay. Thank you for
Madam
for
Chair.
coming.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Next is Jill Hanning, representing Dallas City Attorney's Office for Renewal Veteran Treatment Court Grant. You are not going to speak. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Next is did someone from Canine Companions come? Who wants to speak on the renewal of the grant? I don't think anyone is here to speak on the renewal of the grant. Well, he was not speaking on the renewal.
Oh, okay.
He was speaking on the benefit of service dogs.
Okay. I'm not sure he understood that, but
Well,
that's okay.
He did.
He did.
Okay, so next is Julie and CJ Niehoff, representing Transition Skills Training. If you could please come up and state what grant you are speaking on for renewal.
Good morning. Thank you for this chance to talk with you. My name is Julie Niehoff. I'm a co-founder of Transition Skills Training. My husband, CJ Niehoff, is the executive director. He's here with me, but I will be the only speaker today on our behalf. I am here to talk about our renewal, and I want to explain that our 501c is based here in Austin, and we provide small business training for veteran-owned businesses. And our grant from the TVC is $50,000, and that grant is intended to train or provide training across all kinds of business skills for 400 verified veteran business owners. And by verified, I mean that they have to have a veteran verification letter that is issued by TVC's Veteran Entrepreneur Program, and it must be a recent one. They must be, their letter must have been since 2022. So if they had an older one or they started their business in 2021, they don't count as a beneficiary for us.
And so, Commissioners, this is under General Assistance Grant. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is a General Assistance Grant.
Thank you.
It was our first one, and we are very proud to be the first recipients of a small business training grant from TVC. And it was not without hiccups. I will talk about that in a second. But I do want you to know that as of tomorrow at 1 p.m., we will have hit 100% of our beneficiary target of 400 verified veteran business owners to train. And in fact, we've gone beyond the goal because the goal is to provide each of them with at least one training session. And most of our people have come back for 4 or 5 or 6 or 10. Because starting a business can be an isolating experience, and we provide this service across every single county in Texas, and they find each other in our trainings. They realize they are not alone, they are not isolated, and they have partnerships, they share learnings, they share marketing ideas. We actually have an online group with 900 verified veteran business owners participating that we call Skills After Service. So as I said, as of tomorrow at 1 p.m., we will cross our 100% line, and our funds are allocated to provide that. That initial training amounts to about 600 hours of training that the $50,000 covers to date, not including tomorrow and the other classes we have already scheduled. We have already provided more than 3,000 hours of training for these veteran business owners. I think that's important because we're doing that not just for the veterans, and I'm not counting anyone besides those 400 in that 3,000 hour count, but we also open up our training to their spouses and their dependents without charge, and we do not count that in anything that we do for our TVC grant because we're not allowed to, but we take on that because we know that taking care of the veteran's family strengthens the veteran, and the stronger they are, the more successful their business will be, and the more likely their transition into civilian life is going to be a successful one on their own terms. We do have a 98% 5-star rating from our post-training surveys. We have never had anything below a 4 from any participant in the last year, not one. And I'm happy to provide copies of our post-training surveys if you'd like to see them. I don't have them with me, but I can email them to you. I'm happy to do that. We have, over the course of this year, helped launch dozens of new veteran-owned businesses. In fact, during the week of Veterans Day, we actually significantly launched more than 50 all in one week because they all did it together, and it was pretty amazing. I'd love to send you some pictures of that as well. We teach them marketing. We teach them how to write a business plan, how to get funding, how to do their bookkeeping. All of our instructors are either military veterans themselves or from a military family, and they all have successful businesses. So they are speaking from experience. It's been a successful pilot program, but I want to be clear that we had hiccups at the beginning. If you look in Flux, in January, it looked like we had 0 people because we were trying to learn how to get that veteran verification letter and document it. And in doing so, we're good at bringing people in. We brought thousands in. But in doing so, we ended up needing to figure out how to work with Flux and the system. And we did that, and we figured it out, and we are now at 100%. But we are not up for renewal now because we missed the 60% benchmark by 6 people. And we turned them in, but they had not finished getting their VVLs. So a week later, we would have passed that benchmark, but we did not hit it. And we take those rules seriously. I've lost sleep over this because we might lose this funding. And I really appreciate your consideration in possibly deciding to allow us to be renewed so that we can continue this work with you. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Wright.
Quick question, and this is, I understand losing sleep over small business. Have you yet put a plan in place to track? I realize you've not been at this long enough to get numbers, but to continue to mentor these veteran businesses, the veteranpreneur tribe, as I like to call them, like the Gulf of America. I'm trying to change the nomenclature of America. But have you given any thought to that and tracking these going forward? And I'm thinking positive that you're going to be coming back to us 5 years from now, continuing to talk about additional money.
I hope that you're right. And yes, we've actually put quite a bit of work into a plan, and it is all documented, and all of our instructors understand that plan. And it involves not just individual coaching, but group cohorts and tracking them, not just in our classes, but together with their activities with the VEP and with each other in our online system as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also have Keith Wilson from Bexar County Veteran Services speaking on renewal for a Veteran County Service Officer, General Assistance, Financial Assistance renewal.
Question, madam. How many minutes are we allowing for?
5 minutes,
Okay,
and we are tracking. So, Keith, welcome. Nice to see you.
Hey, good morning.
So you have 2 grants up for renewal?
We do.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And really the one I want to speak to is our financial assistance, and it specifically addresses the question about coming back for additional funds.
And that is within the Veteran County Service Officer track?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So I don't know that I heard it today, but I know last time when we were here and we were asking for the amendment, there was discussion on these renewals being for 14 months. I don't know if that was referenced today, but obviously if you reduce anyone's numbers but add time to the requirements, that adds some challenges. And again, I don't know if that's the plan to extend to 14 months, but I know that was discussed last time, and I think that was voted on. As a reminder, the county VSOs have a statutory requirement to process claims with no monetary or fiscal support from the state. Inherent in that responsibility also becomes a responsibility to help identify other needs of the veterans that come into our offices and to help provide assistance to them. In September of 24, I saw the VA's latest numbers on populations. Bexar County now has 173,000 veterans, making us the largest county in the state and the 4th largest county in the country. Of note, Harris County was assessed at 169,000, making it 5th in the country. Tarrant County at 111,000, making it 10th, and Dallas at 87,000. So I bring this up to say that Bexar County has a significant need for our veterans. Additionally, we support our military. Joint Base San Antonio has the largest military presence in the state of Texas. Our general assistance, as you recall, when I came in February, did not begin until 1 October, and that just had to do with getting staff in place. In 8 months, we've awarded over $224,000 in direct assistance to veterans and families, 46% to rent, 27% to mortgage. That's 73% of that direct assistance, keeping veterans and families in their homes, literally going to eviction courts, negotiating with the judge and landlords, and allowing these families to stay housed. Another 21% went to utility assistance. We supported 216 clients. We amended our numbers with our amendment in February to 270 clients served. We met our milestone in February. We're at 80% of clients served to date and have no doubt we'll meet those. That was 40% of family units. That's two or more. 60% were individuals. 75% of our clients were OEF, OIF, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, relatively young families dealing with hardships. I bring this up because if you renew us, even at our original rate of $300,000, which we had to come 5 months later to get a $125,000 extension, we will have to come back to ask for more. And this addresses the question before of have we accounted for that based on burn rates. We were generally under the impression that these would renew at our current amended rates, which for us would be $425,000. I honestly couldn't guarantee that even at $425,000, we would not have to come back in August to ask for additional funds. And this echoes the comments that were made earlier. There is a need and a demand to support our veterans and our families. And I'll just close with this. As a governmental entity, we have a responsibility and a requirement to meet all the procurement, purchasing, and statutory requirements that align with the state. That's not necessary with some of the other organizations that apply for these. And so as you prioritize county VSOs, I ask you to think about that. An extension of the state at the county level ensures accountability and credibility in the services we provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
I have a question. Thank you. How much in front of us, we just know how much you expended through February, how much you've expended to date on financial assistance?
Yes, ma'am. So direct assistance to date is $224,000. And that, based on our staffing, the original costs, et cetera, we had have about $314,000 available in direct assistance. And that's including the amendment that y'all approved in February. And we anticipate that we will complete that by the June completion of this grant.
Okay. Since I have you, can I ask about your peer support services?
Yes, ma'am.
How is that expenditure going?
So it's good. And we actually, we've received approval to bring an additional social worker on hand. What we've found is a significant need and demand in our justice involved. So we have now a justice involved and homeless at-risk focused social worker that actually works out of the county jail and is working with incarcerated veterans, helping connect them to resources like the Veterans Treatment Courts, as well as other assistance. In some cases, when they're released, they're going out to the streets without homes based on the nature of the crimes that they've allegedly committed. And so having that additional capacity gives us the opportunity to reinforce those needs and connect them. Once the jail releases them, their services stop, but it allows us to continue to serve and connect them to all of our other resources.
Thank you, Keith. Any other questions? Thank you. Are there any other people who had not got an opportunity to speak on a renewal? Okay. So at this time, commissioners, we will entertain motions. There are several ways we could do it. I know in the past We used to vote a big tranche of all renewals. At this point, with recommendations not at the full amount, I recommend we probably do it category by category.
Agreed.
So let's start with the Veteran County Service Officer renewals and the ones that have met the criteria on the sheet, which are Hidalgo County, Liberty County, Hayes County, and Willacy County. So I will entertain any motion from commissioners regarding the VCSO renewals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a recommendation to renew at the award amount that's listed.
Can you please
For each one.
state each organization and the award amount you would like?
Exactly. I make a motion to approve Hidalgo County Peer Support Services for $300,000, Liberty County Financial Assistance for $50,000, Hayes County Financial Assistance $250,000, Willacy County Financial Assistance $150,000.
Okay, there's your motion. I second your motion. Any discussion among commissioners? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we're going to now move on to the next category. We'll come back to the non-recommended at the end. Okay, so now moving on to Veteran Treatment Court. Looking at the ones that met the 60% performance standard, I will entertain any motion.
I make a motion, Madam Chair, to fund Bexar County Commissioners Court Felony Court for $250,000, Bexar County Misdemeanor Veterans Treatment Court for $300,000, Collin County for $400,000, Potter County for $240,000, Montgomery County for $255,000, Hayes County for $350,000, Como County for $210,000, Galveston County for $270,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, now open up for discussion. I do have a question or something for you, Kevin. So looking at particularly, say, Potter County and Galveston County, their expenditure is really low compared to their award amount. And I'm concerned if we renew at their full amount, we'll just have funds that are not expended that we probably could have given to another grantee. Their performance numbers look good. I'm looking at the expenditure rate, and I feel there might be an opportunity to renew those, but at a lower rate to free up money.
Fair enough, Madam Chairman. Let me revise that motion to read.
So you're moving to amend. Okay.
Moving to amend Potter County to $75,000.
Okay.
Amend Galveston County to $135,000.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussions on the amendment to have Potter County at 75 and Galveston at 135? We are just voting on the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? A motion passes. So now we are considering the main motion that has been amended. Any further discussion on the main motion? So for clarification for everyone, this will be Bexar County Commissioners Court Felony Court, $250,000. Bexar County Misdemeanor Veteran Treatment Court, $300,000. Collin County, $400,000. Potter County, $75,000. Montgomery County, $125,000. Hayes County, $175,000. Comel County, $105,000. And Galveston County at $135,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Okay. Moving on to Housing for Texas Heroes. The renewals that met the criteria. I will now entertain any motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve Garland Area Habitat Garland Area Habitat for Humanity for $350,000, Panhandle Community Services for $350,000, Easter Seal Central Texas $350,000, Golden Crescent Habitat for Humanity $200,000, Operation Finally Home $350,000, Meals on Wheels and More $350,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio, $200,000. Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County, $150,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. For discussion purposes, Commissioner, I'm looking at the first four, and those have been performing to standard and expending as expected. So when the line was chalked in the sand here, it was 66 or 67% through the year. So all four of those first four organizations, Garland Area, Panhandle, Easter Seals, and Golden Crescent, all were expending as expected. So is there a reason why you would want to reduce their funding? Because you would be essentially reducing the number of people we serve in those areas.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think I was erring on the side of making sure that we can get as many people as we can with these funds. I acknowledge your comments, and we certainly want to reward this performance. So if I may, let me make an amendment to that motion.
Okay.
Garland Area Habitat for Humanity, $500,000. Panhandle Community Services for $500,000. Easter Seals for $500,000. Golden Crescent Habitat for Humanity $300,000.
I second your motion. Any discussion on the amendment?
No, I appreciate that. When you look at the burn rate, that was a concern of mine as well.
Okay, because especially they would probably have to come back for amendments at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment?
Commission Chair, we appreciate the performance on these counties and these categories, but when we get to the final crunch of the final funding cycle, we believe that I believe that these amended funding would not fall in place with the final funding totals.
Yeah, exactly. Any other discussion on the amendment to the motion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed, say
No.
nay. Did you say nay?
Aye.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. Motion passes. So now we're voting on the main motion, which includes Garland Area Habitat for Humanity for $500,000, Panhandle Community Services for $500,000, Easter Seals Central Texas for $300,000, Golden Crescent Habitat for Humanity $300,000, Operation Finally Home $500,000, Meals on Wheels and More $500,000, Meals on Wheels San Antonio $305,000, and Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County $265,000. Any further discussion? Did I say something wrong?
Yes, madam.
Okay, what did I say wrong?
Fair enough. Operation Finally Home is $350,000.
Sorry, you're right. I was looking at the full amount.
No worries.
Let me refix that. So Garland Area Habitat for Humanity $500,000, Panhandle Community Services $500,000, Easter Seals $300,000, and $500,000. Sorry, I'm trying to read my notes. And Golden Crescent Habitat for Humanity $300,000. Operationally Finally Home is $350,000. Meals on Wheels and More is $350,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio is $200,000. And Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County is $150,000. Finally got that right. Thank you for your patience. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Mike?
You said nay.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
And so for the people in the room, we are doing a running total. Normally there's a screen up behind me. Do we not have the screen up behind me? Okay. It might be helpful for the audience to have the screen up behind. Okay, we'll try. Okay, so so you can keep track of how much money has been granted so far. Okay.
You want to flip that one around? We can all read off this one.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate all the assistance there, people. Keep me in line as I'm doing this. We may need to move the flags. Okay. Put your glasses on. Okay, so now moving on to the veteran mental health renewal grantees. Looking at the list, there are 21 grantees that have met the renewal criteria. I will now entertain any motion.
I don't have a motion. I kind of have a question.
Okay.
To go back to an old baseball term, have you got in mind, Commissioner Barber, kind of a Mendoza line of where you're going fully funded, or for you, Madam Chair, because you mentioned this, where we're kind of looking at fully funded versus FVA recommendation? Is there a particular percentage that you have in mind? Putting you on the spot.
Personally, and on my spot, with the ones that I was recommending fully funding are the ones that had about 60% or higher that were expended, because it's right around the amount. That's what I was looking at when I was, but that just was mine. And then I was looking at the FVA recommended amount for the others. That's kind of where I was starting at.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve Collin County Clinical Counseling for $270,000, Family Endeavors for $500,000, Grace After Fire for $150,000, Harris County Peer Support Services $295,000, Patriot Paws Service Dogs $500,000. Samaritan Center for Counseling and Pastoral Care, Clinical Counseling for $500,000. Canine Companions for Independence, $350,000. Bear with me. Henry's Home Horse and Humane Sanctuary for $50,000. Easter Seals of Greater Houston, Clinical Counseling, $300,000. Refuge Services, $200,000, Clinical Counseling. Project Amistad, Clinical Counseling, $100,000. Marriage Management, $50,000. Sabine Valley Regional MHMR Center, $50,000. Baylor Research Institute, $500,000. Outdoor Association for True Heroes, $50,000. Heart of Texas Regional Mental Retardation Center, Clinical Counseling, $250,000. Austin Dog Alliance, $355,000. West Texas Counseling and Guidance, Clinical Counseling, $500,000. Castle Cares Community Ministries, $100,000. Skeleton Crew Adventures, $50,000. Outsiders Anonymous, $50,000.
That ends your motion?
That's ended.
Okay. I second your motion. Commissioners, discussion?
Bear with me 1 second.
Make sure your microphone is on as well.
I propose an amendment to the motion for Outdoor Association of True Heroes. And make sure I'm on the right line. No, excuse me. I'm sorry. Heart of Texas Regional Mental Retardation Center has only got a 30% spend rate so far. And I would motion or recommend that we do the FVA suggested recommended amount of 125,000 versus 250, only because of spend.
So your motion is to amend the original motion to change Heart of Texas Region Mental Health to 125,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. Now we're discussing the original main motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. And okay, now we're moving into the general assistance renewals, those that met the 60% performance. And there are 37 in that category, as previously stated and presented. I will now entertain a motion, and I do want to thank Vice Chair Barber on stepping up into your role by helping with these motions. Okay.
Feel free to jump in, Mr. Secretary.
I did. You only missed one. That was great.
Make a motion to renew Tropical Texas Behavior Health Financial Assistance for $300,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio Supportive Services $300,000. Katy Christian Ministries, $230,000. Foundation Communities, $100,000. Interfaith Ministries of Greater Houston, $300,000. Family Endeavors, $350,000. Meals on Wheels Tarrant County, $300,000. United Way of Denton County, financial assistance, $300,000. Salvation Army Waco, $250,000. Goodwill Industries of Houston, $50,000. Family Path Founders of Tarrant County, $125,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters of South Texas, $5,000. Panhandle Community Services, $300,000. Hope for the Warrior, $150,000. Salvation Army Corpus Christi, $200,000. Houston Volunteer Lawyers, $200,000. Nueces County, $150,000. Heroes Night Out, $100,000. Hidalgo County Community Services Agency, $150,000. Wheelchairs for Warriors, $150,000. Deep East Texas Council of Governments financial assistance, $50,000. USA Cares, $350,000. Salvation Army San Antonio, $200,000. Community Council of South Central Texas, $150,000. Veterans Center of North Texas, $150,000. Burnett County, $50,000. Honor Veterans Now, $350,000. Volunteers of America, Texas, $150,000. Caritas of Austin, $75,000. Caritas of Waco, $150,000. Catholic Charities of Central Texas, $150,000. Trinity County, $50,000. Easter Seals of Greater Houston, $75,000. After Military Service, $75,000. Salvation Army of El Paso, $150,000. San Antonio Metropolitan Ministry, Inc., $125,000. Bring Everyone in the Zone, $125,000. That concludes my.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay. Discussion.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
To the Heroes Night Out. It looks like it's going to be reducing significantly the amount to serve with the 100,000 to 77 when they're already at 116 and are at 86% spending the 83,000. So I would like to get them back up to 150.
So it's a motion to amend the grant renewal for Heroes Night Out to 150,000. Yes. Okay. I will second your motion. Any discussion on the motion to amend? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. So now on the main motion, Heroes Night Out is 150,000. Any other amendments to the motion? I move to amend the motion to change the funding for Family Endeavors, Inc. from 350,000 to 450,000.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Did you say 400,000, madam?
I said 450.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. So now Family Endeavors is 450,000. Any other motions to amend or discussion? I have just general philosophy. Kevin, at some point we just went with all of the recommended amounts from the staff. I just have a couple of concerns in there because some of those amounts are below how much they've already spent. And that was only 8 months in this year. So while I appreciate the fiscal conservativeness, I also have that same concern that Commissioner Dale has, that as these partners try to provide services to veterans, they're either going to have to reduce their services and help less veterans or come back to us for amendments. So I do want to keep that in mind, but I also understand if we renew all at the full amount, we will not have enough money for the rest of the grants. So Any other discussion? Is there any particular ones anyone wanted to address before we move to the main motion? Okay. I will try to summarize one last time just to make sure everyone realizes what we're voting on. Tropical Texas Behavioral Health, $300,000. Meals on Wheels San Antonio, $300,000. Katy Christian Ministries, $230,000. Foundation Communities, $100,000. Interfaith Ministries of Greater Houston, $300,000. Family Endeavors, $450,000. Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County, $300,000. United Way of Benton County, $300,000. Salvation Army Waco, $250,000. Goodwill Industries of Houston, $50,000. Family Pathfinders of Tarrant County, $125,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters of South Texas, $5,000. Panhandle Community Services, $300,000. Hope for Warriors, $150,000. Salvation Army Corpus Christi, $200,000. Houston Volunteer Lawyers, $200,000. Nueces County Financial Assistance, $150,000. Heroes Night Out, $150,000. Hidalgo County Community Service Agency, $150,000. Wheelchairs for Warriors, $150,000. Deep East Texas Council of Governments, $50,000. USA Cares, $350,000. Salvation Army San Antonio, $200,000. Community Council of South Central Texas, $150,000. Veterans Center of North Texas, $150,000. Burnett County Transportation Program, $50,000. Honor Veterans Now, $350,000. Volunteers of America Texas, $150,000. Caritas of Austin, $75,000. Caritas of Waco, $150,000. Catholic Charities of Central Texas, $150,000. Trinity County, $50,000. Easter Seals of Greater Houston, $75,000. After Military Service, $75,000. Salvation Army El Paso, $150,000. San Antonio Metropolitan Ministries, Inc., $125,000. Bring Everyone in the Zone, $125,000. Did I get that right, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. So, any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those opposed? Motion passes. Okay. So we have gone through all of the applicants that have met the initial renewal requirements based off the data that was in the system on that one date. So do I hear a motion? Well, in order for us to consider renewing grant organizations that did not meet the renewal criteria, the commission will need to waive the provision in the 24-25 request for application that specifies that requirement. From the RFA, it states, the commission may at its sole discretion exercise the option to renew a grant for one additional 1 year to be considered for renewal. Grantees are expected to, 1, meet 60% of the annual performance and funding expenditures by the end of February. Just annual performance expenditures by the end of February, which is the 8th month of the grant period. Have no unresolved compliance findings. Do I hear a motion to waive the renewal requirement criteria listed in the 24-25 request for application to enable the commission to renew additional grants that not meet the renewal criteria?
So moved.
Okay, I hear a motion from Commissioner Barber and a second from Commissioner Wright. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. So at this time, we will now consider any organization for renewal, whether or not they met the renewal criteria. So I will recommend that we start with the Veteran County Service Officers grantee list.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to fund Barrett County Peer Support Services for $300,000. Barrett County Financial Assistance $425,000. Zapata County $200,000. Valverde County $50,000. That concludes my remarks.
Second.
Thank you. And so those were all of the last two. Zapata was financial assistance and Valverde was transportation. Just wanted to make sure.
Correct,
There
ma'am.
for that. Okay. Any discussion on that amendment? On that motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And those opposed? Motion passes. Any other motions in this category?
I'd like to move to add on Webb County, as we heard from earlier regarding their transportation system. At the $100,000 recommended rate.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. I like to thank all of our VCSO partners for everything you do every day. Okay, moving on to the veteran treatment courts, renewals that did not meet the criteria. There are 6 in this category. I will entertain any motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve Nueces County at $200,000 and Dallas County at the VFA recommended $150,000.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. I move to fund Webb County Veteran Treatment Court for, let's see, what do I want? Let's make it 200,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Webb County,
Webb County. Thank you.
the one who had spoke earlier that updated their numbers,
What was the amount, madam?
200,000.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Any other considerations in this category?
I'd like to amend it. I really hate to see any county go without a treatment court that's helping the veterans in that community. I would like to amend it to add on Travis, Tarrant, and the city of Dallas at the FVA funded recommended rate. So that would be Travis County at 50,000, Tarrant County at 100,000, and the city of Dallas at 50,000.
Can we take them individually, ma'am?
You're asking to split the motion? Wow, you're really going high up there. Okay. Do we want to?
I withdraw my remarks. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, I was looking at the next page, but go ahead. I apologize, Madam Chair. I apologize, Commissioner. Thank
I was going to have to pull up my Robert's rules there. Okay.
you. We're fine. Thank you.
Okay. So I second your motion, Commissioner Dale. And you just.
So we're talking about Tarrant County and City of Dallas.
And Travis?
And Travis County.
Veteran treatment courts.
Veteran Treatment Court.
Travis County. Okay.
At the FVA funding recommendation amount.
Okay.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. So now we're on to the main motion. Oh, no, that was it. That was not an amendment. That was it.
Yes.
We've passed all those. So we have now, we have renewed all grants for veteran treatment courts. Thank you so much for everything you do for our veterans. Moving on to Housing for Texas Heroes, renewals that did not meet the criteria.
I would like to make a motion to approve Rolling Plains Management Corporation for the FVA funded recommendation level of $200,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Motion passes. Any other motions in this category? Okay, moving on. Do the veteran mental health. There are 6 that did not meet the renewal criteria. I will entertain any motion.
Make a motion to approve Family Service Center of Galveston County clinical counseling for $100,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Anything else in that category? Now moving on to the general assistance renewal grantees that did not meet the criteria. There are 28 that were on this list. I will now entertain any motion.
I make a motion to fund transition skills training for $50,000.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
I'd like to make a motion to fund Houston Area Urban League for $200,000.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion for Project Amistad, 200,000.
A motion for Project Amistad for 200,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. I move to fund San Antonio Food Bank for $50,000.
Second.
I'm not done. Goodwill Industries of Central Texas for $175,000. And Project Mend for $175,000. Okay, I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. Any other items for consideration in this section? Okay. At this time, I would like to make a motion that we can come back to this section at the very end if at any time we feel like we want to come back to this agenda item after we do the new applications. So at this point, since we do have some remaining applications that were not renewed, I move to postpone consideration of the remaining renewal requests until after we considered the new grant applications.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's take a breather. Let's take a look at the numbers that we have here. We just finished the renewals agenda item, and we're going to be moving on to the new grant applications.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'd like a reconsideration on that motion to move on from the renewals at this point. There were some concerns that I had looking over the information that I'd like to raise at this point before we go through all the renewals.
Oh, we're done. You want to talk about the renewals before we move on?
Yes.
Okay, if you have some comments, feel free to comment.
So and this may go to some of the committee's concerns that I had. So, for example, let's start with the VCO not recommended.
Are we talking about the recommended or the renewals?
The renewal not recommended.
Okay, we don't have a not recommended for renewal. We have the not meeting the requirements.
We do.
No, this is not renewals. This is new.
My understanding that this was part of renewals.
No, these are the renewals. These are the new.
Okay, got it then. I'm good.
Okay. We're all good? Yes. Okay, so let's take a breather. Let's take a look at how much money has been awarded and if we are going for the $46.3 million target. We have $25.55 million remaining for granting. So we awarded $20,760,000. Okay, so thank you very much, staff, for everything you've done for the renewals. We're now going to move on to the new applications. And so with that, I will call Irv up to kick us off in this category. And then we will be asking Pete Rispoli, who's the Fund for Veteran Assistance Advisory Committee Chair, and Richard Delgado, who's the FVA Vice Chair. And they will be giving an overview of their advisory committee process. And then after that, we will be hearing the recommended grant applications from both the committee and additional information from staff.
Madam
yes.
Chair, if I may, can we review where we are versus where the recommended funding is right now? If I look at this correctly, then the FEA recommended funding for the is $29,835, correct? No, I'm saying I'm sorry. On our sheet, recommended funding is 29 versus the delta between what we're actually, right? Is that what I'm looking at?
I'm sorry. What sheet are you looking at?
Put back up how much we have available from the 43. That's what I'm looking for. It was 26, I believe, 26 million, rounding. So I'm just trying to get an idea on where we are versus what has been recommended as we go into this. That makes sense?
That is correct. So that's a great idea. I don't know, Irv, if you were going to go through the handouts that we have as part of your presentation, then that might be a good part to go in there.
Yeah, I just want to know how far we are off.
It's on the screen. We have awarded $20,760,000, and we have $25,550,000 remaining if we go to the target of $46,300,000. Okay. And then Irv in his presentation is going to go over the materials we have in front of us so you can understand what the recommendations are going to be. And then we'll go through category by category as we did before, and we will be calling up the grantees from time to time. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Can you please come to we are being live streamed and no one can hear you unless you're in front of the microphone. Please introduce yourself. Is there something we missed that we need to address?
Madam Chair, I apologize. It's irregular. Under the provision of the 5-minute address, since that time, our charity has been mentioned, and I'd like to be able to respond to that. If not now, then that's fine. That'll be declined. I would just speak briefly under 3 minutes and then be finished with that under the new applications. If that would be acceptable.
I'm sorry. Do you have a new application?
We have the current application that we submitted that I addressed earlier that they've lost the paperwork on.
The renewal?
New application, not renewal. We're Knowledge Point Network, and we were mentioned as being declined, and I wanted to be able to address that.
We've only gone through renewals.
We've already completed that agenda item, sir.
This is not renewals. No, this is new. Sorry for the confusion. If that's not acceptable, I'll find. I just wanted to go back and revisit remaining 3 minutes.
So we're not doing public comment at this time, but if during the agenda item, your item is being discussed, you could speak during that time. Please fill out a form.
Thank you.
Okay.
Tell me again who you're with, sir. Thank you.
Cheryl, if you can help me fix that, whatever we need to do. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Irv, please come up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chair. Again, for the record, my name is Irvi Lels Jr., Director of Funds for Veterans Assistance. I will provide a quick overview of the 2025-2026 grant cycle before I hand it over again to the FBA Advisory Committee Chair, Mr. Pete Rispoli, and Vice Chair, Mr. Richard Delgado Jr., to present the committee's recommendation for the 2025-2026 grant application for award. The request for application process remains much the same. However, funding changes throughout the year. The 2025-2026 again states the available funding for both grants and renewals at $31 million. And again, we're focusing on the 46.3. On September 12, 2024, the application window opened and closed on November 12, 2024. A total of 229 applications were submitted by the deadline. After the FVA staff completed eligibility screening, 181 applications were deemed eligible based on the program guidelines specified in the RFA, totaling over $50.3 million in requested funding. The committee members completed their individual recommendations and rankings and met on April 16th of 2025 to recommend and vote as a committee on what applications to recommend to the commission for funding. I would like to point to you to the information on the SharePoint folder or pages in front of you. SharePoint folder Z, labeled Additional Grant Information, contains the following information. 1. Requests for applications for all of the 2025-2026 grant applications. Texas veterans population by county. Number 3, the third document is 2025-2026 money requested by each region. Document number 4, the 25-26 application previous performance going back 4 years. And the final document, the total grant funding percentage by program going back to 2018. Folder G, labeled Recommendations for 25-26 FVA grants, contains the following information. The spreadsheets that are also sitting in front of you and the grant applications for all eligible organizations. Before I proceed, I would like to discuss how reduced recommendation funding was reached. Our goal was to align requested funding with the available funding. I will call on my operations manager, Joanna Orozco, to provide some details. She did get some guidance from me as she started. I was working on the recommendations along with the script when this was brought to us. Joe.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Joanna Orozco. I'm the operations manager for the Fund for Veterans Assistance. The methodology for the recommended amounts were adjusted to align with the available funds. In the category of the veteran service officers, the recommended grantees were reduced by $50,000 if they requested $400,000 or more. For the non-recommended grantees in the VSO category, if they requested $300,000, they were reduced by $50,000. For veteran treatment courts, uniformly, all requests of $300,000 or more were reduced by $50,000. For Housing for Texas Heroes, the max award is $350,000 uniformly. If a if a request was $400,000 or more, it was reduced by $50,000. For veteran mental health, the peer support category was capped at a maximum of $50,000. Clinical counseling was capped at a max of $350,000. To note, peer support was reduced to a maximum of $50,000 as this service does not overlap but is very close to provided TVC support within the TVC staff. For general assistance, requests of $500,000 or more were reduced by $100,000. For request $300,000 but not to exceed $500,000, those were reduced by $50,000. Referral services were maxed at $50,000. Again, referral services closely do not overlap but closely mirror other services provided by the Texas Veterans Commission, which is why we reduced it significantly. Pending your questions at this time.
No questions time, but we may call you back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I will provide a quick overview of the spreadsheets. Firstly, I will cover page 1. The summary spreadsheet has 5 tables. The top table illustrates all 181 eligible applications. The middle left table illustrates the committee's recommendation at full funding. The middle right table illustrates the committee's recommendations with the FAA recommended funding and proportional reduction in numbers to serve. The bottom left table illustrates the committee's recommendations with the FAA recommended funding excluding all asset test concerns and proportional reductions in numbers to serve. I will explain the liquid asset test further in my presentation. The bottom right table illustrates the committee's recommendations with FAA's recommended funding with the unknown asset test concerns and proportional reduction in numbers to serve. Moving to page 2, or the second tab. Each grants program spreadsheet is divided with the committee recommendation on top and the recommendation on bottom. There are also 2 different font colors. The black font is those applications that have had a grant at least once from TVC since FBA's inception. The orange font indicates those applications that have not had a grant in the program it is requesting funding. Moving left to right, the spreadsheet contains the organization name, service category, amount requested, and the regions they will serve. At the bottom of the regions, the number indicates how many counties they served in that region, minus those serving statewide, that is, all counties in the region. The statewide column also has the total number of applicants serving statewide at the bottom. The number of clients to serve if at least 75% of the requested budget goes to direct client services column. The word yes will appear. If it is below 75%, no will appear with the calculated percentage of funding going to direct client services. Moving further right, the grant history indicated the year the organization has had grants. The 2 yellow highlighted boxes are the FBA Advisory Committee results. The first column is the number of committee members that have recommended the application. The second column is the average ranking from the committee members that recommended the ranked application. The next column is the cost per client based on the amount of funding being dedicated for direct client services. The spreadsheets for Housing for Texas Heroes, Mental Health, and General Assistance add 2 additional columns towards the right of the page. The next column indicates whether an applicant organization had a veterans webpage as part of their website or mentioned providing services to veterans anywhere on their website. The furthest 2 right columns contain the FBA funding recommendation and proportional revised number to serve. I will now discuss the liquid asset test information on the spreadsheet. Again, Commissioners, that liquid asset was for nonprofits, those in HTX, Housing for Texas Heroes, Veterans Mental Health, and General Assistance. Commissioners, upon further review by FEA staff, it appears some Housing for Texas Heroes, Veterans Mental Health, and General Assistance applications may not have passed the liquid asset criteria as stated in the RFA sections 4.11, sections 5.3, and sections 5.5. The column next to the 2 highlighted columns is in the middle indicates if an organization's passed the liquid asset test by having 2 months of funds to cover the project cost. The calculation is as follows. The amount requested is divided by the number of months for the grant period, which is 14 months for these grants or these applications. The number is multiplied by 2. The resulting number is compared to the figure found on the submitted tax documents on the IRS website. If the figures on the tax document is lower, the applicant organization did not pass the liquid asset test. Some organizations submitted Form 990N or the e-postcard. The information on the e-postcard is not sufficient to determine cash on hand. These organizations are shaded in orange on the spreadsheets. Those organizations that submitted a 990, the information provided was either 0 or blank, indicating no cash. These organizations are shaded blue on the spreadsheets. Pending your questions, this concludes the discussion on the spreadsheets.
Thank you, Irv. Commissioners, any questions on the spreadsheets in front of you or the files? I believe, did you send the files or we just have it in the spreadsheet? Okay, perfect. Okay, so with that, I think we're going to go ahead and start with the Veteran County Service Officers category. Our intention is to have the chair of the FVA committee come up and present their recommendations from this category. If there's any additional comments that staff needs to make, they can make their comments at that time. And then we will call up anyone from the Veteran County Service Officer category that is here for public comment. And then we will address all of the VCSO applications at that time. Okay. So Pete, if you please come up, or you could sit, you could remain seated. Irv, you could remain seated going forward now, since we're going to be working. You don't need to go keep on walking up.
Thank you and good morning, Chair and Commissioners. And thank you, Mr. Leos. Chairwoman Coroner, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, and guests, for the record, my name is Peter Rispoli, and I am the chair of the FVA Advisory Committee for this grant cycle. The FVA Advisory Committee consisted of 7 individuals. All 7 members independently reviewed, recommended, and ranked applications for the April 16th Advisory Committee recommendation meeting. At this meeting, 6 of the 7 committee members were present for discussion and voting. The funding recommendations presented to you today denote thoughtful consideration on the part of each committee member through numerous hours of analysis and discussion. The Commission's guidance on funding goals is published in the RFA in Section 1.2, were the guiding principles used by the committee members for their application rankings and recommendations, and for the committee's vote that resulted in the recommended applications. For the record, the funding goals are as follows: provide support, services, and resources to veterans, their families, surviving spouses where they live to improve quality of life and strengthen their connections with their communities. Responsibly serve eligible beneficiaries to meet acute and chronic needs. Provide grant-funded services and resources that have measurable positive outcomes. Ensure grant-funded projects are available to veterans, dependents, surviving spouses across the state. Ensure a diversity of grant-funded services are available within geographic regions, and fund grant projects that support the needs identified in the needs assessment and the specific program goals approved by the Commission. Commissioners, to support this agenda item, please refer to the PDF in front of you or the Excel spreadsheet emailed to you named 2025-2026 Committee Recommendations. I will now present the recommended applications by grant program, starting with the Veteran County Service Office that are listed in page 2 of the PDF or the respective purple tab on the Excel file. The committee recommends 13 Veterans County Service Office applications totaling $2,590,000. I will now read the applications, the funding, and the category. Zapata County, Housing for Texas Heroes, $400,000. Fort Bend County, Clinical Counseling, $150,000. Wilson County, Financial Assistance, $215,000. Bell County, Financial Assistance, $400,000. Caldwell County Housing for Texas Heroes, $150,000. Harris County Financial Assistance, $400,000. Polk County Financial Assistance, $235,000. Caldwell County Financial Assistance, $100,000. El Paso County Financial Assistance, $285,000. San Patricio County Financial Assistance, $100,000. Walker County Housing for Texas Heroes, $70,000. Montgomery County Financial Assistance, $50,000. Walker County Financial Assistance, $35,000. At this time, I will now turn it over to Mr. Leos to list the recommended applications, now with the FEA recommended funding amount.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions of the committee chair? Thank you, Pete. There's really only one that changed, correct?
I did not denote that, ma'am. Let me look at my numbers.
Yes, I see that. There's 3 of them.
Yes, ma'am. 3.
Just highlight the ones that changed from the full amount, please.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I recommend reduced funding for the following Veterans County Service Officer applications. These applications are Zapata County Housing for Texas Heroes, $350,000. Bell County Financial Assistance, $350,000. And Harris County Financial Assistance, $350,000.
And that was based off of the process that was explained to us by Joanna earlier.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. It's purely because they were high dollar amount grants.
That is correct.
Okay. Any questions on the recommended amount by the FEA staff? Okay. I will now call up public comment regarding this section. So first we have Judge Cortez from Hidalgo County, talking on the Hidalgo County Veteran County Service grant in the area of Housing for Texas Heroes. And Sal, you're going to speak as well? Okay.
Yes, Chairwoman, I'll speak in behalf. We both put in public comment, but we understand that this meeting is going pretty fast. So good afternoon, Chairwoman, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino. My name is Sam Perez Jr. I am the Hidalgo County Veteran Service Officer, and I am also the presiding president of the newly named Texas County Veteran Service Officer Association. We have 100 members, active county VSOs from all corners of Texas. I'm here specifically, and I traveled here with my county judge, Richard Cortez, on our application for Homes for Heroes and how it was not recommended by the grant committee to approve. I want to touch on 2 events that happened last year that propelled me to apply for this grant. First was in July when we attended the Texas Veterans Commission Claims Conference. Mr. Wright, you were there, sir. And we were in Denton, Texas. And I was invited by Texas Veterans Commission to motivate our county VSOs to apply for more CVSO grants. And that's what I did. I galvanized the troops and I told them TVC had our best interest. And you do. However, after galvanizing the troops and letting them know we have commitments, we went off and we tried to apply for our grants. Later on, let's fast forward to August of 2024. I was here in this very building for your 4th quarter meeting, and you had a research analysis provided by Texas A&M, and it highlighted all of Texas and the veterans' needs carved up by region. South Texas was region number 4. Their main need and our main need is home repairs, followed by mental health, then financial assistance. I gathered all this information to submit a Homes for Heroes grant in October, just to find out last month that our application was denied. Now, when it was denied at the committee meeting, one of the only members that voted for us to get this grant wanted to leave some remarks, and he was allowed to. These remarks were this: We need to do better in approving county VSO grants. We need to find a way to provide feedback to these CVSOs. After all, we are partners. We should have that line of communication rather than just close the door on us. My research in my 10-year career, I walked the miles in Hidalgo County. I do home visits. My research aligns with that of Texas A&M. We do need home modifications and more mental health, which I've answered the bell with mental health with our peer support grant. Now I ask you, Chairwoman and Commissioners, to look over our grant, provide recommendations. I'm open to negotiate. But I ask you to please approve this grant so we could continue to assist our veterans who choose to reside in Hidalgo County. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, everyone, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Hidalgo County is the 8th most populous county in the state of Texas. And we're very patriotic. I mean, we have over 30,000 veterans there. In fact, 4 of our veterans have won the Congressional Medal of Honor. So we come from a very proud military-based, veteran-based area. Recently, we've all heard of the budget cuts that are happening all over. We just learned we lost $8 million from our CSA that we have veterans with the utility bill. We've just learned we lost millions of dollars for the food bank. We've just learned that we lost over $6 million for workforce that we use money to help our veterans. If Hidalgo County, being the 8th most populous county in the state of Texas, with that many veterans, if you cannot find resources to help us, boy, we're in bigger trouble than what I thought. So I would really, really ask you to look deeply in the way you're allocating funds, because if we do not deserve some of your funding, Houston, we have a problem.
I'm here for any questions, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Judge. Any questions?
I do have a question. I did go in to try to gather more information and figure out why the advisory committee didn't recommend certain counties. And to be honest, I couldn't figure it out on 3 of them, although I did have one question on yours that I thought was a little confusing. If you could maybe address that.
Yes, Commissioner.
In the Hidalgo County application, in one provision of it, it actually said that it services veterans, dependents, their families, and and with all the different active veterans and so forth. Later on in the application, though, it says that the projects didn't apply to veterans. It only applied to surviving spouses and dependents. So that was the only thing I could kind of come up with that may have been a little bit confusing.
Yes, Commissioner, yes. When we write up these grants, it gives us the opportunity to say we could service active duty, veterans, surviving spouse. The only ones I circled was veterans and surviving spouses, because I always think about our surviving spouses. If the grant and the RFA does not allow that, then that's an easy, I could amend that, change that. But from what I see in our application, we were supposed to only serve veterans and, if we can, surviving spouses.
Okay. Yeah. In one section did say veterans, the other one left it off.
I understand. No, that must have been an error.
Okay.
I also don't understand why some of these counties were not recommended for approval. I've called around, I've talked to my counterparts, but that's why we're here.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate you traveling.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next is Commissioner Gus Ruiz with the Cameron County Veteran Service Office. And I believe you also have, do you have someone else with you? Take whoever you need.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
TVC Commission. I just checked the time, and it just turned afternoon.
Yeah, thank you. Please introduce yourself. Say
thank
your organization.
So my name is Gus Reese, and I'm here representing Cameron County, in particular, the Cameron County Veteran Service Office. And to my right is our Cameron County VSO, Dr. Martin Rodriguez, who is going to be our technical expert if needed. I've been serving Cameron County for over 9 years as a county commissioner, precinct number 4. Many years before that, I served as a United States Marine in Iraq. And in Iraq, my uniform was desert camouflage, and my weapon was an M16 with a 203 grenade launcher. Years later, as a current county commissioner and as a lawyer, my desert camouflage does not fit me anymore. And my uniform is a coat and a tie, and my weapon is my advocacy. As county commissioners, we face many issues. We come across many issues in our communities, but one of the issues that I'm most passionate about and advocating for is our veterans issues. And so last month, Cameron County was notified that the FVAAC committee did not recommend our grant. And I watched the video. It's over 2 hours long. I could not watch the entire 2 hours, but I only watched the area that pertained to some of the counties that were denied, which one of our sister counties, Hidalgo County. In watching the video, Williamson County, Hidalgo County, and Cameron County were not recommended. Walker County was discussed, and there was a committee member who stated that even though they received unsatisfactory ranking, they were approved by a vote of 5-1. So after seeing the video, and this is my first time at this meeting, it's apparent that there's a lot of discretion when it comes to these grants. The Texas Government Code establishes the TVC under Chapter 434. And under that chapter, a county having a population of over 200,000 people, the Commissioner's Court shall maintain a VSO office in order to prepare, submit, and present any claim against the U.S. and state for benefits. And these offices cannot charge a fee for that. Local governments, our local VSOs, for many of us, are considered grunts. I understand because I was a grunt in the Marine Corps, and our VSOs are our first line of defense, serving at the local level, serving our veterans. Some call it an unfunded mandate. I call it taking care of those who took care of us. During the video, I did not see any of the ranking figures, any of the scoring criteria. Doing my research, I could not find any of those figures so that we could figure out why we were unsatisfactory and what could we do in the future to succeed. We're asking for a reconsideration of the non-recommendation. Put us, if necessary, put Cameron County and all these other counties who support veterans, put us on an improvement plan. Tell us what we're doing wrong, but don't deny these monies to the veterans who really, really need it. And I'll conclude by saying this. In doing my research last night, I came across state law stating that TVC is to be abolished on September 1st, 2031. You guys have a sunset. But I will be the first to advocate for you all in terms of extending the Texas Veterans Commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Do
And-
we want to correct these sunset? Do we have a sunset review then? We're
We have
not
a s-
abolished.
Well, technically, unless legislature passes
Correct.
something,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Every agency is in that situation.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I read the state statute.
Yeah. I appreciate you coming out, and I appreciate everything you guys do. Any questions? You do have a question. Okay.
This is going to be a little bit more in the form of a comment.
Not a question.
It's sort of a quote, but I'd like to address some of the things that have been said. And Mr. Perez, yes, I do remember meeting you. It was a pleasure. We need to extend that and continue to talk in your role as the head of the County Veteran Service Officer Program. One point that I want to make is that nobody has been denied yet. That is what this meeting is about. It is a question of recommendation. I spent 8 years, starting with Mr. Cato, as a member of the Fund for Veteran Assistance. I can assure you it is not a fun job sometimes because we're working, I'm going to start with the excuse making, working with a limited budget. Having said that, Mr. Cato can tell you that even though I'm not from South Texas, I have long been an advocate for a couple of programs, the County Veteran Service Officers, the Veteran Treatment Court, but most importantly, money going into the Valley because that's where the need is the greatest, and the Valley and the South region pretty much overlap, so bear with me with all of that. But I do appreciate you coming. I think you've just raised an excellent point, and that I don't think we have even a written program of what an organization can do to get better. But we will certainly take that under advisement. And I'll just close out with Semper Fi, sir.
Semper Fi. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Next is Valerie Covey, Commissioner, Precinct 3, Williamson County, also for the VCSO grant. And commissioners, I have 2 letters here. I believe you may have gotten them. I'm not sure if they're also here that were letters of recommendation that came in for Williamson County. I'll pass them around if you guys take a look. Okay.
I'm going to follow our VSO here. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Colonel Palladino. I am the Director of Veteran Services for Williamson County, Michael Hernandez, and I'm happy and proud to be here to advocate for our Williamson County veteran community. As we know, it takes many hands to lift up the veteran community. Together, we can be good. Separately, we are good. Together, we can be great. Currently, we're going into our second year, our final year for our current General Assistance Grant, and we are proudly have served 170 members of our veteran community. Our grant initially was supposed to hit a minimum of 150 served, and we have not even been in June yet, and we're already at 173 served as of May 12th, with applications pending. However, funding is limited, and so that's why we have pursued a new grant for $300,000. The data is there, the need is there, and our community is vocal. We have prevented 42 evictions. We have paid out $14,826.68 to utility aid and have provided $4,159.83 in food assistance, surpassing our expected goal of where we should be at today. Not only that, we are embedded within our veteran community. We are their first line of defense in a time of need. So often when our Wilco veterans and their families come into our office, they have many needs that we identify at our office. Yes, our state function is disability claims and compensation. However, mental health, homelessness, financial assistance, education questions, we take care of it all at our office. In 2024,
There was a needs assessment that was conducted by the Public Policy Research Institute in partnership with the Texas Veterans Commission. For our area specifically, 49.5% of veterans reported they did not understand how to apply for benefits. If they qualified for benefits. 36.6 reported that were surveyed did not know where to start for their journeys. For our office, that has been our approach, is go to where our veterans are to serve them appropriately. 2 requests were identified throughout that survey of services needed by those communities. 1, mental health. 2, financial assistance. By taking away or not recommending our current grant, this will directly affect our Williamson County community, our Central Texas veterans, and our partners. It was mentioned that there were some letters of support that were submitted to y'all this morning. One of them is actually from one of our stakeholders, the Heroes Resource Center, who we have a current MOU and an office located at their location to be embedded to serve our veteran community. And so with that being said, I strongly please recommend this grant because it will absolutely negatively affect Central Texas veterans, specifically Williamson County veterans. And I'll turn it over to Commissioner Covey. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for letting us join you today. I'm Valerie Covey, and I serve as County Commissioner, Precinct 3 in Williamson County, just north of here. And as you know, and as Michael has stated, our Veterans Office has been doing a remarkable job of trying to address an ever-growing issue. Of course, Texas is growing, but Williamson County and Central Texas is growing tremendously. I have served since November of 2006 and have been a big part of supporting our veterans. I serve all of Sun City, of course, a tremendous number of veterans and their families, their spouses, but also our proximity to Fort Hood, now Fort Cavazos, has really changed the dynamics of our county, especially when we fixed 195, the road there that was death-defying between them. We have several people that live in Williamson County in this commission, in fact, serving with you on the board. So I do appreciate the fact that we can visit about this. A not recommended status for the $300,000 that we asked for is why we're here. We know that, and you can look at the numbers, and I'm not sure why it was recommended that way, but I'd be happy to talk to anyone about it. But the fact that we have met the criteria and we continue to partner with others. As a commissioner, I've been the court's liaison for mental health. And we have been very proactive in our county to address mental health issues. And of course, we have a veterans court as well, other things that we have tried to do to keep folks out of our jail and the emergency room as needed, unless they absolutely have to be, medically cleared or they need to be locked up. I get that. But when we look at what we're trying to do, and we look at the numbers, just the evictions alone, when you address evictions and you allow that to happen, or it does happen, we've seen the ripple effect in our county. And we have tried to address that through various means. And in fact, Michael has worked alongside other community members to try to address these ever-growing and very complicated issues. Homelessness is a big issue for the area, and we have partnered with the tiny homes here in Travis County to try to address that, and we have been very successful with that. In fact, we have put county money toward that. So, we are a partner with you in trying to address some very important issues. We ask for our grant to be considered and favorably. I understand the dollars. Believe me, every Tuesday we sit and we address dollars and cents and try to look at the total request, and usually that exceeds the dollar amounts that we have. So I completely understand the efforts and the difficult decisions that you have, but we have proven to be a good partner, someone who does support veterans fully, and will continue to do so, especially if you will address the issue of financially here with us today. So thank you very much for the opportunity to, and I'll happy to address any questions you have.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you.
And thank you for
very
your
much.
service to your community
Thank
for
you.
that long. I heard you said 2006.
Yeah, working on 19 years, and
Wow.
you know, it's been a wonderful blessing to be able to serve my community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Lee County Veteran Service Office, and I believe we have Ryan Marshall here. He left. He was not able to. Okay. Any others to speak? I think we covered all the topics on the VCSO. Okay, so now I'm, any other questions of commissioners? Okay, I'm ready to entertain any motions regarding this category.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. But before I start, I want to tell everybody, just let everybody know the delta between what's been requested and what's been recommended is $150,000 on the recommended FVA advisory committee, and on the not recommended, it's also $150,000. The delta between what's requested and what's recommended by FVA. And with that, I'll start my motion. Make a motion to fund Zapata County Housing for Texas Heroes $400,000, Fort Bend County Clinical Counseling $150,000, Wilson County $215,000, Bell County Financial Assistance $400,000, Caldwell County Housing for Texas Heroes $150,000, Harris County Financial Assistance $400,000, Polk County Financial Assistance $235,000, Caldwell County Financial Assistance $100,000, El Paso County Financial Assistance $285,000, San Patricio County Financial Assistance $100,000, Walker County Housing for Texas Heroes $70,000, Montgomery County Financial Assistance $50,000, Walker County $35,000 for financial assistance.
Second.
Any discussion?
Madam Chair, are we going to include also those not recommended in this motion?
We can.
Okay.
We can. So I move to amend your motion, Commissioner Barber.
I can move. I can make the amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to move to amend that to include Williamson County at $300,000, Hidalgo County at $300,000, Lee County at $20,000, Cameron County at $300,000. I just want to comment. I mean, these are our boots on the ground people. They can't survive without the funding. I know everybody's important, but these folks are our boots on the ground.
Madam
Do you have
Chair,
a
for the record, I wasn't finished.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
I heard a second.
Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't finished. With honor, I second.
Okay.
The commissioners.
Second. Sorry.
No. I wasn't finished. So it's with honor that we fully fund these organizations. So I did not stop. Believe me.
Okay, so I second everyone's opinion here. We have very close partnership with our Veteran County Service Officers and both our Veteran Treatment Courts and our VCSOs. We highly encourage them to apply for grants, and we fully understand the services they provide, the fact that they're unfunded mandates to have an organization, and they rely heavily on our agency. So we will also make sure going forward, as we give direction to our advisory committee, that they take that into account as well when they make their recommendations. So we don't have to be here again doing this. So appreciate you guys coming out. I want to highlight that we really, really appreciate the partnership we have. We work very closely with you, and we want to maintain that close partnership. Okay. So want to make another comment?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, real fast. And I meant to say, part of the problem you created. You were a little too successful, and we have a lot more grant requests in, and it creates its own problem. Everybody understands that. I think we all wanted to do the same thing. So thank you all.
Is that correct?
We have not put the number in because we have not voted.
Fair enough. Absolutely.
I feel like we should vote on the motion.
Sure.
Oh,
Okay.
That's a good idea.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so now please update the money. Okay.
Sorry, just for the record. So did we vote on the amended motion that passed? Or how did we go about it?
Oh,
There was a motion and then amended motion.
that is correct. So thank you very much for keeping me in line, my general counsel. We did vote on the amended motion. Now let's vote on the main motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Buy more lottery tickets.
Next category is the Veteran Treatment Court category, and I will be calling up our committee. Well, our committee chair will be presenting the recommendations.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On page 3 of the PDF are the committee's funding recommendations for the Veteran Treatment Court applications. The committee recommends 5 applications totaling $1.24 million. I will turn it over to Mr. Leos. Nope. I will read the applications, the categories, and the funding before turning it over to Mr. Leos. Denton County, $330,000. McClellan County, $120,000. Guadalupe County, $110,000. Williamson County, $320,000. Ellis County, $360,000. I will now turn it over to Mr. Leos to list the recommended applications with the FVA recommended funding amount.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, FBA recommended reduced funding for the following VTC applications are Denton County, $305,000, Williamson County, $295,000, and Ellis County, $310,000.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions of the presenters? Okay. We have one person who signed up for public comment, Judge Baca for El Paso Veteran Treatment Court. Thank you, Judge, for coming.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Judge Patricia Baca, and I have the honor of presiding over the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court. Behind me, I have my counselor, Frank Chavez, and my compliance officer, Paul Armendariz. Both of them are under the grant, as well as my program director, Yvonne Whitaker, but she's not under the grant. They're going to go ahead and speak with you in a little bit. I wanted to first and foremost say that, as all of you know, Fort Bliss, El Paso is home to Fort Bliss, which is one of the largest military bases in the United States. A lot of the soldiers that retire from Fort Bliss stay in El Paso. They make El Paso their home, they get married, they have children. So this court is extremely important for El Paso. As of today, we have 54 participants in the court that are taking advantage of the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court. What I want to go over is a little bit of the reason we're asking for some of the money, and it really funds 3 positions. One of them is my probation officer, which could not be here today. And what she does is basically she oversees the people that plead guilty, which are some of the participants, but also our pretrial intervention program, which are some of the participants that are also part of it. Her job is really, what we want to do is have her be 100% under the grant so that she's only for the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court, and that there is some stability when it comes to a probation officer. Her main point, and really what I really like about having her, is that she's a female. So as all of you know, we have some female participants who are not comfortable with males for whatever reason. So she's the one that does the home visits. She's the one that does the UAs. So she's extremely important to our program. I'm going to go ahead and let my compliance officer introduce himself and let you know what he does.
My name's Paul Armendariz. I'm with the Veterans Treatment Court. I've been with them for the past 10 years. I'm also an Army veteran. I work and partner with a second compliance officer. We do unannounced visits. We work holidays and weekends, non-traditional hours. We focus on sobriety of their drug treatment, alcohol treatment, but we also know a majority of our participants have mental health issues. So it becomes an issue if we're only there with one officer. I particularly have ran into situations where some of our participants have been in possession of assault rifles, ammunitions, handguns, and so forth. And if we take away one of the positions, it's going to kind of put our officers in a safety situation. We also just don't focus on the criminal aspects of the visits. We also check to make sure that they're getting the bare necessities of living, to include water, electricity, because we know a lot of veterans have pride in themselves and they don't ask for help. So we're the eyes and ears of what's taking place out there in the streets, and we refer all that information back to the courts. Like the gentleman said back there for Sun Metro, a lot of our participants are DWI related, and we see them go into fight or flight and anxiety attacks because they can't drive. So we refer them to agencies like themselves. And when we do have an issue like that, we also have our onboard counselor who can actually assist us once we de-escalate the situation.
My name is Frank Chavez, and I am the counselor for the Veterans Treatment Court. My job, of course, is to provide mental health services to our veterans. Part of that job is to provide individual therapy, assessments, treatment planning. More importantly, I'm on call 24/7 to take crisis calls from our veterans, and this is to prevent any self-harm or harm to others. Our veterans are high risk, high need individuals that need the intense treatment from our veterans courts that we provide. Thank you.
So I know we have probably less than 5 minutes. I don't know how much time I have left, but I really want to ask that you recommend this court for funding. It's extremely important for El Paso. I need all these positions because they are my eyes and ears. I see them once a week. They tell me what I want to hear, but I need to know what's actually going on behind closed doors, which is what they give me. They need to be referred somewhere. If they need food, if they need bed, whatever they need. If they're lonely, we need to know because maybe they're going to a depression, so Mr. Chavez can step in. Like I said, they're extremely important. There's no other veteran treatment court that is close to El Paso. We are isolated from the rest of Texas. We are the stepchild of Texas. So this court is the only resource that we have if they live anywhere close to El Paso. So once again, if you can please recommend this, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Any
Judge.
questions?
Well, thank you for making the trip out. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Several years ago, I was privileged to be present when there were presentation by the El Paso DA's office, Judge Baca, and they presented the Veterans Treatment Court, and they put them through a rigorous program where they not only take care of their well-being, like Judge Baca mentioned, but they include their families as well, and they give them a second chance. If they got into the justice system, they work with the DA's office, they work with the public defenders, and they take these veterans to give them a second chance. So thank you very much for the program that you have in El Paso. I would also reiterate, Judge Baca, that the Veterans Treatment Court is in far West Texas, El Paso, and it's the only Veterans Treatment Court in that region. So I would strongly recommend looking at their application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I have one quick question.
Okay.
Are you just in, and I hate to say this, but I can't remember what county is El Paso, or are you more of a regional court? To Commissioner Hernandez's remark, because you're so isolated, do you work beyond your county limits? Is my question.
So we have El Paso County, and sometimes we have surrounding counties. There are small counties within El Paso. But I think the closest Veterans Treatment Court, if I saw the map correctly, it's all the way in Midland, which is like a 4 or 5 hour drive from us.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you all. I appreciate your time.
I will now entertain motions in this category.
Madam Chair, make a motion to fund Denton County Veteran Treatment Court for $305,000, McLennan County $120,000, Guadalupe County $110,000, Williamson County $295,000. Ellis County, $310,000. And El Paso County, $400,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I'd like to make an amendment on that to get Williamson County back up to the 320,000. I personally observed how they serve and what they do in that county.
So you move to increase the amount for Williamson County to 320,000.
Yes.
Okay. I second your motion. Discussion on the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Not yet. Not yet. We were just adding in more money. I'm actually would like all of the VTC to get their full funding. So I move to amend for Denton County for $300,000 and El Paso County for $400,000.
$330 on Denton County.
Sorry,
ma'am.
$330,000 for Denton County and $400,000 for El Paso.
Second.
And
Oh, sorry.
and $360,000 for Alice.
So moved.
Okay. I'll have Kevin as my second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Now we have the main motion, which is funding all veteran treatment courts for the full amount. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, now we can clap. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, I will now hand it over to Mr. Delgado Jr. to present the next agenda items.
Chairwoman Kertner, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino. For the record, my name is Richard Delgado Jr. I'm the Vice Chair for VA Advisory Committee for this grant cycle. The committee's funding recommendation for the 2025-2026 Housing for Texas Heroes application are listed on page 5 of the document in front of you. The committee recommends 21 applications totaling $8.110 million. And I will now read the applications and the amounts of recommendations. So Jeff Davis County, $400,000. Rebuilding All Together Austin, $360,000. Community Action Committee of Victoria, Texas, $600,000. Alamo Area Council of Governments, $600,000. Hill Country Community Action Association, Inc., $150,000. South Plains Association of Governments, $500,000. Austin Area Urban League, Inc., $600,000. Lufting Neighborhood Strong, $250,000. Austin Habitat for Humanity, $165,000. City of Fort Worth, $300,000. Deep East Texas Council of Governments and Economic Development District, $455,000. Rusted and Weathered Inc., $60,000. CPLC Texas Inc., $600,000. Council of Alcohol and Drug Abuse Coastal Bend, $255,000. Central Texas Council of Governments, $600,000. City of Arlington, $600,000. Houston Habitat for Humanity Incorporated, $600,000. Habitat for Humanity of Collin County, $250,000. Colorado County Habitat for Humanity, $115,000. And Montgomery County Habitat for Humanity, $50,000. And Alliance for Border Collaboratives, $600,000. I will turn it now over to Mr. Leos to list the recommended amounts for VBA recommendation funding amounts.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, FVA reduced recommended funding for Housing for Texas Heroes applications. These applications are Jefferson Davis, $350,000. Building Together Austin, $310,000. Community Action Committee of Victoria, $350,000. Alamo Area Council of Governments, $350,000. South Plains Association of Governments, $350,000. Austin Area Urban League, $350,000. Deep East Texas Council of Government and Economic Development District, $350,000. CPLC Texas, $350,000. Central Texas Council of Governments, $350,000. City of Arlington, $350,000. Houston Habitat for Humanity, $350,000. And finally, Alliance of Border Collaborators, $350,000.
Thank you, Herb. Any questions of the presenters? We have a couple people who have signed up to speak on this topic. First is Judge Travis Ransom, Cass County.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for all you do. This is a huge responsibility, and I do not envy your position or the position of the advisory committee in making these determinations. My name is Travis Ransom. I'm the Cass County Judge, and in addition to that, I'm still an Army Reservist serving as a Brigade Command Sergeant Major out of Joint Base San Antonio in Camp Bullis, Texas. You wouldn't think so, but county judges and sergeants major have a lot in common. You have responsibility over everything and authority over very, very little. But people are at the core of your mission. And in Cass County, we have a 9.8% veteran population, higher than the national average, higher than the state average. When I came back from Afghanistan in July 2021, which was we closed out America's longest war, I decided to run for county judge. I took office in May of 2022, and the county was $1 million under its revenue projections for the year. You've allocated more money today than my entire county budget. When I looked at our Veteran Services Office, it was empty. There was no budget for it. We're under $200,000, so we're not statutorily required to have a VSO, but we had a serious need in our community. We were able to apply for and received a grant for direct financial support to veterans under the general support, and my administrator is here with me today who will speak on that. But in the course of his work, it articulated the acute need for housing improvements. We have an old housing situation. There are not a whole lot of new construction in Cass County. We're slowly growing, not like the rest of the state. You know, the Texas miracle is really the I-35 miracle. We're 3 hours east of Dallas. We're right on the Louisiana-Arkansas border. And while we are growing slowly, we're a very small but large rural county geographically. 950 square miles, piney woods. When you think of Northeast Texas, a lot of you think of Tyler. Well, Tyler's 2 hours south of us. I heard the Deep East Texas Council of Government mentioned earlier today. We're not in that cog. They're south of us. We're in the ArcTex Council of Government. We're on the Arkansas-Louisiana border. The Housing for Texas Heroes program would essentially complement what we're already doing. We have the need in our community. We are good, responsible stewards of the money. I will say that Cass County is one of only 15 counties in the state that has received not one but 2 financial transparency stars from the state comptroller's office. Since I took office, we've had a clean audit. I'm reminded of Matthew 25 and the parable Jesus tells about the talents, where he gives the master is going away and he gives the 3 servants, he gives one 5 talents, another 2 talents, and another 1 talent. And the guy with 1 talent just buries his. The other 2 guys doubled their money. We're not burying our talents in Cass County. We are working our tails off trying to help veterans. And I've got one guy in a pickup truck that 100% of the time he is just volunteering and helping as a handyman, free handyman for veterans. His name is Rocky Snyder. And he's come to me and said, look, is there anything we can do to get funding? Because, I can only do so much. And so this is an acute need in our community. We were not recommended for approval, but that's not the rest of the story. What we can't include in our application is the future funding that we've allocated in the next fiscal year to hire a veteran services officer. Because through the current program we have, we've been able to show to the county commissioners the need in the community, and they've agreed to fund a VSO in the next fiscal year. So we'll have a certified VSO going forward, which is great. Furthermore, we had an unused portion of our Justice Center that was just used for storage, but it was a great office space. We've invested over $100,000 and construction is almost complete. It should be complete by the time we get back tonight, of that new office space, which would be 3 offices, a conference room, and a little waiting area specifically for the Veteran Services Officer and staff for that program. So we're building a snowball as we're trying to address the needs of the veterans. I host a monthly happy hour for veterans. I'm also a member of the American Legion and the VFW. I have over 8,000 followers on social media. I mean, we have a weekly newsletter. I'm on a weekly radio show. We're constantly telling the story of successful Texas veterans in Cass County. So I don't envy your position. I know that the needs will always outpace the resources, but I ask for you to prayerfully consider funding Cass County. We are your outpost on the Louisiana-Arkansas border there in the far northeast Texas. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any of your comments or any of your questions.
Thank you, Judge. Clearly, you judged 5 minutes perfectly because that was exactly on.
So major in them.
I know you knew exactly what time it was. Any questions that we have? I just want to thank you for your service, both in uniform and out. I also was a local elected official, so I understand.
Thank you.
I appreciate.
Thank you all.
Okay, so we have one other person who has asked to speak, and that is Mayor Sepulveda from City of Harlingen. She'll be speaking on the Housing for Texas Heroes Harlingen grant application. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. I'm glad I was paying attention, and Mr. Wright, you said you support South Texas, so I'm hoping that you'll support us. Commissioner Kinsley is also here and will be speaking on this same issue as well. My name is Norma Sepulveda, and I am the mayor of the city of Harlingen, a proud South Texas community with a strong and growing veteran population. I'm honored to serve on the commission along with 3 commissioners that are on my commission that are veterans. 2 of them are here today. I'm here to respectfully request your reconsideration of our application. Initially, based on the RFA, the staff requested a $600,000 funding amount. I've been hearing, and I'm a little new to this, but I'm hearing that there's a cap, and I'm assuming that's because there's not enough money to go around. And on our city commission at a local level, we have the same issues with budgets, and so completely understand. But the city of Harlingen was really excited about this grant because we are a community that supports our veterans. In our community, we have, just to kind of give you the numbers, Harlingen is home to 3,589 veterans, which may not seem a lot in comparison to big communities, but that represents 7% of our population. 58% are over the age of 65, and 41.9% live with a disability or below the poverty line. And nearly 39% served during Vietnam. Based on this population, if we are able to be awarded this grant at the $600,000 mark, we were excited about helping and serving 22 participants with this grant. That's if we were able to provide them $25,000 as allowed under their grant, or $35,000 if it was an emergency situation. But we will take whatever this body would provide us. If it is a reduced amount, and if that is the reason why it was not approved, then obviously we would accept that. But like others in South Texas, we weren't given a reason on why it was denied or not recommended for approval. And if that is the sole reason, clearly we would accept a lower amount. You should have before you 2 letters of support from our state delegation. Senator Hinojosa and Representative Lopez strongly support and urge also the full funding of our application. I don't know if many of you know, but in March, just about a month and a half ago, South Texas suffered a catastrophic flood. We had about 22 inches in a few hours. So those of you like Mr. Wright that have been in South Texas know that we're flat. We can't handle 22 inches. Most places can't handle throughout the state, but specifically in Harlingen. In Harlingen, we had hundreds of families displaced from their homes in the middle of the night, having to take into shelter. I went to our community shelter, and there I did speak with several veterans that had been displaced from their homes. They weren't sure what they were going to go home to. Lots of these homes are not livable. Some of them they're rebuilding and they're living in the home. And so this would be an emergency situation and would fund and be able to help at least 22 veterans. And if we are unable to do the $600,000 that was requested and we are provided a smaller amount, we will still have that goal of serving at least 22 veterans and their families, and we'll just reduce that amount. But we will not be here in front of you saying we are not satisfactory. We will not be here saying we haven't expended the money. I think if anything, we will be here saying we've expended all our money and we would welcome more, because the need is urgent in our community and we will be good stewards of the monies provided to us. So I respectfully request that you reconsider and grant the application. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Any questions?
I have one, Madam.
Okay, well, Commissioner Barber.
How come you guys haven't applied for a grant before?
You know, I said that same thing. So I took office 3 years ago, and so did many of the commissioners on my commission. And since day one, we have asked our staff to go after grants aggressively, and this is why they have applied. I can't say why they didn't apply in the past, but I wasn't here in the past. But moving forward, they will be applying and hopefully applying for renewals if granted. But we do work in our community with veterans. I also sit on the Harlingen Housing Authority, and we've been the beneficiaries of the VASH program. I'm very proud to say that we do not have a serious homeless issue with our veteran community, because through the VASH program, we've put veterans in homes year after year. And I believe that they were at a 96% of expending those monies for that program.
Thank you, ma'am.
We will help.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Wright?
Madam Mayor, you're asking for a new grant, and His Honor had mentioned he's already got a handyman and a pickup truck ready to go. Do you have a plan, if this grant is awarded, to execute, or are you going to have to build on that from?
Not at all. We absolutely have a plan. We have a community development team. They're ready to go, fully staffed. We have a similar program that is for low-income families. None of these monies will go to staff. Every single dollar, every penny will go to a veteran, and we're ready to go.
Thank you. And Commissioner Barber, I do visit down in Harlingen quite a bit, and been on the TV a few times encouraging people to apply for grants. Yes. So maybe someone on staff heard me on one of the times I was on the TV, but I appreciate you guys applying. And I believe we have one more speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
Any
you.
other
Thank you for your
questions?
time.
City Commissioner Ford Kinsley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I'm Ford Kinsley. I am the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Harlingen, retired Marine Sergeant Major. So you've had two Sergeant Majors up here within the last 15 minutes, so you know that we're out there doing what we're supposed to be doing. I feel much like the band that used to go on stage after Elvis had left the building when I come on after the mayor. She either copied all my notes or I copied all of hers, one or the other. So everything I would be saying is basically repetition of that. But I can give you my heartfelt request that this money would be well spent. We do have a plan in place. We are prepared to move forward with it. There's no overhead costs as far as paying staff or anything. This is all pre-existing. Like her, I have no idea why we're late showing up at the dance, but we're here to support our folks down there in the valley, and with your help, we'll be able to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, is there anyone else here to speak on behalf of this agenda item? With that, commissioners, I will entertain any motions regarding this category.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to remove the Alliance for Border Collaboratives, as they do not meet the liquid asset test. Thank you.
Since we haven't actually voted any action on them, we can't really remove them. So when we make a motion, just do not include them. Okay. That's probably the best way to approach that.
Madam Chair, if I may make a motion to, excuse me, rebuilding together Austin for 310,000. Alamo Council of Governments 350,000. Standby. Lufkin Neighborhood Strong 200. Excuse me.
Austin area, is that what you meant?
No, ma'am. Give me 1 second, please.
Okay, do you want to just take those two first, and you can come back?
No, I can keep moving.
Okay.
Strike that Lufkin Neighborhood Strong. Let me start again, Madam Chair, if we will. I need a break after this too, by the way. So let me start again.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve Rebuilding Together Austin for 310,000. Alamo Area Council of Governments for 350,000. Austin Habitat for Humanity 165,000. City of Fort Worth 300,000. Deep East Texas Council of Governments 350,000. Rusted and Weathered 60,000. Montgomery County Habitat for Humanity 50,000.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Any other motions?
I'd like to.
Do you have your microphone?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
on.
cool.
Yeah, I'll move it closer. Amend it to.
Well, we
add-
just start a whole
sorry.
new motion.
Oh, sorry. I'd like to make a motion to add City of Harlingen
For
let's do 350,000, and Cass County for 400,000. I'm trying to. I think if we can talk about it, I have a question though. So.
Yes. So I will second your motion for discussion, and now.
Okay,
Feel free.
and I do have, now I'd like to discuss it though. So on the $600,000 request for City of Harlingen, was there? They were not recommended because of the limit, or what is their limit?
Commissioner, the limit for Housing for Texas Heroes is when we did the FEA recommendation funding was 350. Let me look at the RFA and I'll tell you what the maximum is for the Housing for Texas Heroes.
It's 600,000.
Yes, Commissioner, you're correct. 600,000 is the maximum in the RFA, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So they can ask for 600,000. So we don't know why they were not. Okay, they're exempt from the government agency.
Madam Chair, what is the maximum they can ask for?
600,000.
600,000
Okay.
in this category.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If we can direct the question, we have the chair and the vice chair of the committee. Do either of you care to opine? And I know it. Trust me, I've been there. And you're speaking for a whole lot of other people. But just to give us any kind of idea of what the flow of the committee meetings was, there are no real right or wrong answers. And frankly, when you're saying no, there's no good answers.
Hey, Commissioner, I know on a couple of these, so, and it's annotated in here. So we looked at the wording that they put in their application, and then we went, most of us, not speaking for everybody, went to their websites and also looked. on how prevalent veterans and veterans programming were. And some of these did fall in that category that they didn't mention veterans on there. And then how they worded it played into a lot of factor of how we voted as a committee.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
we have to keep an eye on these numbers. We still have general assistant grants to go. We still have mental health grants to go. So I just caution everyone in targeting those that had, grants in the past. So, I'll leave it at that.
And we have the ability to come back to this category
Correct.
after general assistance.
Okay, so do we have a motion pending?
We do have a motion on the table to fund City of Harlingen and Cass County for the FEA recommended funding amounts.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would recommend we fund City of Harlingen $400,000.
So you move to amend the motion to fund City of Harlingen 400,000 vice 350.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment to the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. So now we have a motion on the table for 400,000 for City of Harlingen and 400,000 for Cass County. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Take a look at where we're at. Yes.
Would you do me a favor? Can we run down the grants that we have now approved?
Yes, we have approved Rebuilding Together Austin, ACOG, Alamo Area City Council of Governments. Hold on. Let me get my little glasses on. Austin Habitat for Humanity, City of Fort Worth, Deep East Texas Council of Governments and Economic Development District, Rusted and Weathered, Montgomery County Habitat for Humanity, City of Harlingen, and Cass County. Those are the ones that we have funded as of now.
And if I can pick on Irv and Joanna, what does that total that we've just voted on come
Right
to?
behind you.
It's on the screen.
That's added into the total of everything, but that's okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to fund Rebuilding Together Houston for $350,000 and
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks. Also request a break, and also we need to, with your permission, bring up Irv and start looking at where we are on a go-forward basis, Madam.
What does that mean?
Means I want to look at the next three categories to see what we're looking at.
We're down to 2.
We only have 2 more.
Your point's still taken.
Right. So
yeah.
you want to?
Just let's take a break, please.
Okay.
Thank
We'll
you.
talk about it over break.
Okay, thank you.
We will. The Veterans Commission meeting will be on break for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 1:15. Call this meeting back to order. Commissioners, anything remaining that you would like to discuss in the Housing for Texas Heroes category? We can come back to it. Okay. We'll move on to the Veteran Mental Health category. And Pete.
Madam Chair, so the committee's funding recommendation for 2025-2026 Veterans and Mental Health applications are listed on page 5. The committee recommended 38 applications totaling $9.310 million. I will now read the recommended applications. Fob Razor peer support 95,000. Boulder Crest Foundation peer support 210,000. PTSD Foundation of America clinical counseling 395,000. Central Texas Syntex Alcohol Rehabilitation Center clinical counseling 330,000. Gallant View Inc. clinical counseling 200,000. Equest clinical counseling 100,000. Recovery Resource Council clinical counseling 600,000. Rock Ride on Center for Kids clinical counseling $110,000. Tri-County Behavioral Healthcare clinical counseling 190. Waves Project Inc. peer support 70,000. STEPS with Horses clinical counseling 150,000. Boys and Girls Club of Central Texas clinical counseling 600,000. Alliance Child and Family Solutions clinical counseling 160. CPLC Texas Inc. peer support 600,000. United States Veteran Initiatives 300,000. Evanston Mustang Rescue Sanctuary clinical counseling 220,000. Jakey Riding Roundup clinical counseling 135,000. Bring Everyone to the Zone peer support 80,000. Katy Christian Ministry clinical counseling 50,000. Bluebonnet Trails MHMR Center peer support 105,000. Texan Center peer support 85,000. Anger Solutions Network peer support 30,000. Solana Stables peer support 190,000. Tropical Texas Behavioral Health peer support 600,000. Dallas Art Therapy clinical counseling 30,000. Hill Country Community MHMR Center peer support 500,000. HTX Judo Club peer support 575,000. Operation True North clinical counseling 165,000. Team Defenders peer support 15,000. Contigo Wellness Foundation clinical support 200,000. Faithful Friends peer support 80,000. Andrew Center clinical counseling 135,000. Projects Insight peer support 355,000. Anxiety Solutions of America peer support 300,000. American GI Forum National Veteran Outreach Program clinical counseling 600,000. Gulf Coast Center clinical counseling for 145,000. 7 Star Horses and Family Center clinical counseling 600,000. And Pure Ranch Corp peer support for 5,000. Now I'll turn it to Mr. Leos to list the recommended applications of FVA recommended funding amounts.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, FVA recommends reduced funding and for the following Veterans Mental Health applications. Fob Razor, 50,000. Border Crest Foundation, 50,000. PTSD Foundation of America, 350,000. Recovery Resource Council, 350,000. Waves Project, 50,000. Boys and Girls Club of Central Texas, 350,000. CPLC Texas, 50,000. United States Veterans Initiative, US Vets, 300,000. Bring Everyone in the Zone, 50,000. Bluebonnet Trails Community MHMR Center, 50,000. Texana Center, 50,000. Soliana Stables, 50,000. Tropical Texas Behavioral Health, 50,000. Hill Country Community MHMR Center, 50,000. HTX Judo Club, 50,000. Faithful Friend, 50,000. Project Insight, 50,000. Anxiety Solutions of America, 50,000. American GI Forum National Veterans Outreach Program, 350,000. 7 Star Horse and Family Center, 350,000. That concludes my recommendations, ma'am.
Thank you, Irv. Commissioners, do you have any questions? I actually have a question. On Andrews Center, item number 32, is that intended to say 12? Or is that supposed to be 21? I didn't know we did grants all the way back to 2012.
Man, we have historical data going all the way back to 2010, the inception of FEA.
Okay, so. Yeah, I thought we were doing just the 4-year grant history. That's why I was confused. Okay. So that is accurate. Okay, thank you. That was my one question. And for the U.S. vets, I see 21, 22, and 23. They didn't do anything in 24? Did we?
They were on, they were in there. They were.
Madam Chair, U.S. Vets is under general assist, not in BMH.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions. Anyone else have any questions? I don't have anyone signed up to speak during this section. Is there anyone here that didn't get a chance to sign up that wants to speak during this category? Okay. I'll now entertain any motions in this category.
Madam Chair, make a
Yes.
recommendation. Madam Chair, make a recommendation to fund eQuest for 100,000. Rock Ride On Center for Kids, 110,000. U.S. Vets, 300,000. Jake E's Riding Roundup, 135,000. Pecan Valley, MHMR Region Director of Fiscal Services Clinical Counseling for 350,000. That concludes my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All
Can
the-
we make an amendment to add Denton County MHMR into that at the?
Make a new motion, right?
You could do-
Do I need
yeah.
a new motion or can I amend yours?
You can, but
I didn't see him on the list, so I mean,
They're under Pecan Valley on the recommended.
no, I recommend Pecan Valley for 350,000. Okay, so we have a second on that, right,
Yes.
Madam Chair?
we do.
Do you want me to go through them again?
No, he's proposing an amendment to add to your motion.
He's okay. So he's okay for Pecan Valley. Is that what you're
No, he wants to add Denton County MHMR to your motion. Do I have a second to?
I'll second.
You second. Discussion on adding, and I am curious why you would add that.
There's two, and I skipped the other one. It's Bear County MHMR. The MHMRs are funding our MVPN programs, or aiding and assisting our MVPN programs. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion that's seconded to add Denton County MHMR for $50,000. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Do you have a second motion, Commissioner Wright? We did.
Yes, I failed to mention Bear County Board of Trustees MHMR services for the FVA recommended 150,000.
So can you state your motion, please?
Yeah, can you tell us what line you're on as well?
It's line number 3 on the second page. I'm making a motion to approve Bear County Board of Trustees for MHMR services, clinical counseling for the FVA funding recommended of $150,000.
So it's a motion to amend the main motion to add Bear County Board of Trustees.
Yes, ma'am.
For
Sorry.
150,000. Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Sorry.
No worries.
So we have a motion on the table that, is there any other amendments that we'd like to consider at this time? Okay, so we have a motion that's funding PTSD Foundation for, is that where we're starting, Kevin?
Madam Chair,
No, not PTSD. Okay. Go ahead.
could you refer to the item number? This is small print here.
Oh, thank you. I will. So item number 6, Equest for $100,000. 8, Rock Ride on Center for Kids, $110,000. Okay. 17, Jake E. Writing Roundup, $135,000, and I skipped one. 15, United States Veterans Initiative, U.S. Vets,
Yes,
for
ma'am.
$300,000. And then we've had 2 amendments that have also added on the next page. Number 1, Pecan Valley, MHMR, for $350,000. Number 3, Bear County Board of Trustees, MHMR, for $150,000, and Denton County MHMR for $50,000. That is what our current motion on the table is.
I thought I had Tropical Texas.
You did
Behavior-
not, and I'm going to ask you why you forgot that one.
My bad.
Okay.
Add Tropical Texas Behavior Health, 50,000 to the motion.
What number is that?
That is number 24. Do I have a second to amend the main motion to add Tropical Texas Behavior Health at $50,000?
Second.
Okay, I heard a second from Commissioner Wright. As part of this discussion, I do have a question. Irv, it seems like a big drop to go from $600,000 grant request down to $50,000. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am. As our operations manager, Joanna Orozco, stated, we had dropped the peer support all the way down to 50,000.
Oh, all peer support
Yes, ma'am.
grants. Okay, so it's not a matter of how much was originally asked. It's just all peer support grants are going to be done at $50,000.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Any other discussion on that motion to amend? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. So we have the main motion. I won't reread all the numbers again. All commissioners know what we're voting on? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so we should be adding that in there. Does that include all that, Joanna? Okay. Any other motions in this section? Commissioner Barber, when you were doing your motion, did we not do the PTSD one?
We did not.
Okay, because it's not a current grantee.
Correct. And yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I was just wanting to make sure we didn't forget something. Okay, so hearing no other motions in this category, we do reserve our right to come back to this category after we're done with general assistance. So let's come back. So this is the general assistance category. We're going to go through the items recommended by the committee first. Well, you'll be presenting, Pete. Or is it Pete now? Or are you doing it, Richard? We're just going back and forth, aren't we? Okay.
Hello and good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. The committee's funding recommendations for 2025-2026 general assistant applications are listed on page 7 and the top of page 8. The committee recommends 62 applications totaling $17,680,000. I will now read the organization, amount, and category. National Guard Association of Texas Financial Assistance $300,000, Lone Star Legal Aid Pro Bono Legal Service $400,000, Jeff Davis County Financial Assistance $395,000, Concho Valley Council of Governments Organizational Transition Fleet $215,000, Hill County Community Action Association Support Services $400,000, Community Learning Center Financial Assistance $600,000, Hire Heroes USA Skill-Based Training $590,000, Department of Texas Veterans and Foreign Wearers Foundation Final Assistance $480,000, East Texas Council of Governments Organizational Fleet $250,000, United Way of Tarrant County Referral Services $600,000, Armed Services YMCA El Paso Support Services $215,000, Food Bank on the Rio Grande Valley Support Services $50,000. Salvation Army San Angelo Homeless Veteran Support $340,000, Armed Services YMCA Killeen Support Services $275,000, Centex Alcoholic Rehabilitation Center Homeless Veteran Support $200,000, Fort Bend Senior Citizens Meals on Wheels, and much more. Support Services $200,000, Blue Bonnet Trails Community MHMR Center Financial Assistance $225,000, Community MHMR Center Financial Assistance $100,000, Hill County Meals on Wheels Support Services $95,000, Meals on Wheels Palo Pinto County Support Services $45,000, Concho Valley Center for Human Advancement Financial Assistance $400,000, Gallant Few Veteran Small Business Support $100,000, Bandera County Committee on Aging Financial Assistance $400,000, Austin Area and Urban League Homeless Veteran Support $400,000, City of Fort Services Financial Assistance $400,000. Adaptive Training Foundation Support Services $395,000, Alamo Area Council of Governments Organizational Transportation Fleet $300,000, Salvation Army Victoria Homeless Veteran Support $365,000, City of Dallas Support Services $180,000, United States Veterans Initiative Financial Assistance $400,000, Concho Valley Community Action Agency Financial Assistance $400,000, Rolling Plains Management Corporation Baylor Cottle Ford Financial Assistance $400,000, Cove House Emergency Homeless Shelter Homeless Veteran Support $400,000, Community Action Corporation of South Texas Financial Assistance $365,000, Young Women's Christian Association El Paso del Norte Region Support Services $300,000, Community Action Committee of Victoria, Texas Financial Assistance $400,000, Council on Alcohol Drug Abuse Coastal Bend Financial Assistance $200,000, VFW Post 9182 Financial Assistance $55,000. City of Arlington Homeless Veteran Support $400,000, Pecan Valley MHMR Regional Director of Fiscal Services Fiscal Assistance $400,000, Lubbock County Support Services $10,000, Young Men's Christian Association of San Angelo, Texas Support Services $75,000, Family Services Association Financial Assistance $80,000, North Texas Veterans Relief Fund Incorporated Homeless Veterans Support $105,000, Disability Rights Advocates for Technology Support Services $400,000, The Other Ones Foundation Homeless Veteran Support $300,000, Presbyterian Night Shelter of Tarrant County Homeless Veteran Support $65,000, the Visiting Nurse Association of Texas Support Services $100,000, Santa Maria Hostel Homeless Veteran Support $175,000, Cornerstone Community Action Agency Financial Assistance $400,000, Cass County Financial Assistance $400,000, City of Harlingen Financial Assistance $400,000, Collin County MHR Center Doing Business as LifePath Systems Financial Assistance $400,000, Salvation Army JE and LE Maybe Social Services Center Homeless Veteran Support $375,000. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Leos to read the recommended applications with the FEA recommended funding amounts. Apologies, there are several more. There is San Antonio Coalition for Veterans and Family Financial Assistance $400,000, Texoma Community Center Financial Assistance $177,000, BLI Building Lives Incorporated Referral Services $70,000, Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation Financial Assistance $300,000, Funds for Veterans Support Services $115,000, Houston Launchpad Support Services $200,000, Alliance of Border Collaboratives Financial Assistance $400,000, and the Good Faith Veterans Foundation Financial Assistance $110,000. I will now turn it over to Mr. Leos.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, FBA recommended reduced funding for the following general assistance applications. These applications are National Guard Association of Texas, $250,000. Lone Star Legal Aid, $350,000. Jeff Davis County, $345,000. Hill Country Community Action Association, $350,000. Let me go back one, Commissioners. Concho Valley Council of Governments, $215,000. Community Learning Center, $500,000. Hiring Heroes, $490,000. Department of Texas Veterans of Foreign Wars, $430,000. United Way of Tarrant County, $50,000. Armed Services YMCA El Paso, $215,000. Salvation Army San Angelo, $290,000. Concho Valley Center of Human Investment, $350,000. Gallant Few, $100,000. Bandera County Community on Aging, $350,000. Austin Area Urban League, $350,000. City of Fort Worth, $350,000. Adaptive Training Foundation, $345,000. Alamo Area Council of Governments, $250,000. The Salvation Army Victoria, $310,000. United States Veterans Initiative U.S. Vets, $350,000. Concho Valley Community Action Agency, $350,000. Rolling Plains Management Corporation of Baylor Cottle Ford, $350,000. Cove House Emergency Homeless Shelter, $350,000. Community Action Corps of South Texas, $315,000. Young Women's Christian Association YMCA El Paso del Norte Region, $250,000. Community Action Committee of Victoria, Texas, $350,000. Pecan Valley MHMR Region Director of Fiscal Services, $350,000. Disability Rights Advocates for Technology, $350,000. The Other Ones Foundation, $250,000. Cornerstone Community Action Agency, $350,000. Cass County, $350,000. City of Harlingen, $350,000. Collin County MHMR Center, doing its business as Life Path Systems, $350,000. Salvation Army JE and LE McBee Social Service Center, $325,000. Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation, $250,000. Alliance of Border Collaboratives, $350,000. And that concludes the recommended funding, ma'am.
Thank you, Irv. Any questions of the presenters? We do have several people that signed up to speak during this agenda item. First is Travis Gladhill, East Texas Veterans Community Council.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Texas Veterans Commission. I am Air Force retired Master Sergeant Travis Gladhill, and I continue to serve our military as Executive Director of East Texas Veterans Community Council, but we do business as, and you may have heard of us, Camp V, located there in Tyler, Texas. I am here this morning to urge the Commission to approve our 2025-2026 Supportive Services General Assistance Grant, as it was brought to our attention that our organization was placed on the non-recommended list. However, I believe there is a lot more to our organization than what can be placed onto a grant request. Camp V was created actually in direct response to the 2017 TVC study that found that East Texas has the second largest veteran concentration within the entire state of Texas, while also having the least amount of resources. I believe back in that study, we were Region 8. Since opening our doors in 2019, Camp V has become the primary veteran assistance organization within East Texas, evidenced by the fact that we are now assisting an average of almost 700 veterans a month. 700 veterans a month through one organization. This includes services such as VA disability assistance, mental health counseling, housing, transportation, employment, financial assistance, and a whole lot more. We also concentrate on the camaraderie that our veterans miss from their service through multiple programs such as weekly luncheons with veterans and their family members, fitness programs, women's programs such as the Women's Veterans Day event that y'all heard about from earlier, as well as our peer groups such as our Vietnam Veterans Group and our substance abuse support groups. We're one of only 4 organizations in the entire state of Texas that is recognized by the VA as a community veteran engagement board, which had a lot to do with the fact that Tyler became the first city to be named as military-friendly city within the state of Texas, officially by the East Texas Council of Governments. East Texas veterans have come to rely on CAMV and the services and programs that we offer, so much so that last year alone, without even us asking for them to come forward, we had 44 veterans. We have 44 veterans come into our office to let us know that because of our service, they decided not to take their own life. Additionally, because of the financial assistance and the case management that goes along with it, we directly prevented 127 veterans from becoming homeless. That is last year alone. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not just numbers. These are our people, these are our veterans, and these are our brothers and sisters. Our TVC grant request of $250,000 for supportive services will provide emergency financial assistance along with mental health, family counseling assistance that is desperately needed within the East Texas area. Our service area includes 14 counties of East Texas that are considered either rural or highly rural. And as you may know, this area also happens to rank amongst the highest suicide rate in the entire state of Texas. And it also, those suicide rates are attributed to financial and family troubles. Through our case management program that is attached to this grant, we can continue to battle this epidemic, is what it really is, amongst our veterans. In addition to the financial assistance, all of our applicants that request emergency assistance and are awarded emergency assistance, it doesn't matter if it's requested or awarded, it's for both, receive financial planning and budgeting assistance, as well as employment assistance in order to help improve their situation over the long term. Specifically, we confidently estimate that through this grant, we'll be able to assist at least 250 unduplicated beneficiaries that will be comprised of veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. From sitting here all morning along with y'all, so far there has yet to be another organization in our entire area that has received financial assistance from TVC for the 24-25 or been renewed from what I've gathered. Since 2022, CAMV has seen a significant growth in the demand of these services that the grant would help provide funding, with an average increase of 56% year over year. So reaching this target of 250 is the bare minimum. My fear is that without TVC's support and the increase in the demand of these services that we are experiencing right now, CAMV would not be able to fully meet the needs of our veterans, and none of us in this room are in the business of leaving a veteran behind. CAMV answered the call when TVC...
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry. Your 5-minute time is up.
That's my 5 minutes.
That was your 5
I'm
minutes.
right into my closing, if that's okay.
Okay, let's finish it
All
up.
right.
Let's wrap it up.
CAMV answered the call when TVC identified that East Texas had the second largest veteran population with the least amount of resources. CAMV is now asking for TVC's help to help us continue to answer that call. And you should also have a letter of support from State Rep Daniel Alders as well.
Yes, and I was just about to mention that. So commissioners, we are passing around the letter of support that you submitted to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Anthony DeKaiser, Sun Metro, El Paso.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. Again, my name is Anthony DeKaiser, Colonel retired. I'm the director of Sun Metro Mass Transit for the city of El Paso. I served 33 years in the service. Part of that time was in the Marine Corps, and part of that time was in the Army. And I took public transportation after my first visit to the Middle East. And I was working temporary jobs, and I was scraping money together to get to that job. Sometimes I didn't have it, so I walked. Right now, because of this commission and this grant, we served over 3,600 veterans that don't have that problem in the city of El Paso. They have freedom. They have freedom of movement to help their families. Last year, we expended those funds 2 months early. We had organizations such as the Transitional Living Center and the Veterans Treatment Court, and the individuals that use those programs, along with many others, that were calling and said, hey, we can't get to where we need to go to get help. So as the SAR major, the judge, said, we're helping people. Everyone that came up here and said, we're helping people, like, thank you for that. Thank you for that. We're helping people too, but we're helping them get to the other programs, right? In big numbers on a daily basis, not just to get them to those programs, but get them to the doctor, to get them to work, to get them even just to the grocery store so they can feed their families or feed themselves. I know there's a big decision that you have to make, and I know funds are limited, and I know you have to make decisions on that. But what we're asking is, don't cut this program off. We've had this one for the last 2 years. We started with 50,000, and then you increased us to 100,000, and today you gave us another 13,500. Because the more veterans know about this, the more we discover they need transportation to get to the other programs and to sustain their life. I can't give enough rides, trips to the veterans. It's over 1 million so far. It's over 1 million trips. This gives the veterans independence, a peace of mind, and it makes it so they're not confined to what they can do in their future after they've done so much for our country. Imagine if you lost your ability to be mobile and get to where you need to go on a daily basis. It would change your entire life. It would change your entire life. We estimate that with what we're asking for, the $120,000 for this next year, it'll affect over 3,200 vets and over 1 million more trips to or from wherever they need to go to help sustain their life. Again, as before, when I talked to you this morning, I'm asking you to help me help the veterans have access to transportation so they can sustain a normal life. Please help. I'm asking you, please help. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, any comments? Okay. Thank you for coming and speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next is Matt Campbell, NPower.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino. Thank you for your time. My name is Matt Campbell, and I'm here to respectfully request the Commission continue their generous support of Empower, which was not recommended by the committee. I'm the son of two veterans. My dad served in the Army during Vietnam, and my mom served in the Navy Reserve during Desert Storm. They struggled between minimum wage jobs just to make ends meet. We moved often. I went to 7 different elementary schools, and we experienced homelessness. It wasn't until my mom got access to a certificate training program when I was in high school that we began to have financial stability. I've experienced firsthand the power of certificate workforce training programs, and that's why I'm so passionate about the work we do at Empower. The Texas Veterans Needs Assessment made one thing painfully clear. 47% of our state's veterans are low income or unemployed. It's no surprise then that access to mental health care and financial assistance top their list of urgent needs. But those are just symptoms of a deeper issue. Empower's work addresses the root cause, access to good jobs. Through our no-cost program, we equip veterans and their spouses with the technical skills, certifications, job placement assistance, and wraparound supports they need to launch family-sustaining careers in tech. Since 2019, with the support of this commission, we've served nearly 1,000 veterans in Texas with proven results. Last year, veterans entered our program earning an average $14,520. In their first job post-program, graduates earned an average $61,399, more than 4 times their pre-program salary. That's a life-changing salary increase in 6 months and an incredible return on your philanthropic investment. We're not doing this alone. We partner with other organizations funded by this commission, and we leverage funding from multiple public and private sources to deliver our holistic program. But make no mistake, TVC funding is vital, and it goes straight to our front lines. Our staff, more than 50% of which are veterans or a veteran spouse, are proud that Empower was selected as a 2024 TVC Small Business Employer of the Year. Your important funding supports our instructors, social support managers, and job placement teams in DFW and San Antonio who prepare veterans to earn industry-recognized certifications, and these certifications are provided at no cost to our students. We hold ourselves to high standards and have consistently met our metrics with the TVC. 80% of our students will graduate, 75% will earn a certification, and 85% of graduates will be placed in a job or apprenticeship or will be enrolled in higher education within 1 year of graduation. Many of the same barriers the state needs assessment identifies, lack of awareness, poor transition planning, and a complicated service system are what our staff help our veterans navigate every day. We walk beside them from application until they're placed into a career and often well beyond. In addition to changing the lives of veterans in our program, we are addressing a growing business need in Texas, tech talent. We respectfully request $350,000 in general assistance to support 175 veterans and spouses in high-need counties like those in North Texas and the Alamo region launch well-paying careers in tech. You know the saying, give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day, teach a man to fish and he eats for a lifetime? That's exactly what we do here at Empower. We address the important needs of veterans by helping them launch a career that provides them the family-sustaining wages and jobs that provide access to mental health care. Through their increased wages, they no longer need financial assistance. Simply, we help move veterans from poverty to prosperity through a career in tech. I respectfully urge you to continue funding Empower. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? And by the way, congratulations on your award. Next is Gary Foster, Cass County, for financial assistance grant.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Palladino, thank you for the opportunity to get to come speak with you today. And I'd like to start by thanking you for your attentiveness in dealing with these issues in front of you and understanding that you have a finite amount of resources. I'd also like to thank the Texas Veteran Commission employees, the recommendation committee. I know that you guys put a lot of time into this, and you're sitting up here today and feel like everybody's mumbling about you behind your back, and they are. Young lady, I'd particularly like to thank you for keeping this train on the tracks. You have not gone unnoticed up here. Thank you. So my name is Gary Foster. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I also served in the Texas Army National Guard when I got out of the Marine Corps. I am currently overseeing a Fund for Veterans Assistance, General Assistance Program in Cass County. We've had that program for 2 years. I came on board July the 1st is when I came on board, so I've been doing it about 10 and a half months now. And earlier in the day, much earlier in the day, I passed these out to you guys. I'll be referencing that just a little bit here. It talks a little bit about what the county judge was talking about, that you can't get a clear definition on what an economically disadvantaged area is, but I think Cass County sure falls into that category. We're very large land-wise, kind of small population-wise, but we have a very dense population within our population of veterans. So the last thing the card there talks about is surviving spouses. My program is currently recommended for approval, and I realize nothing's set in stone, but more than that, I wanted to come lay out for you folks what we do on a daily basis. Back in December, so one of the things I did early on was try to establish community relationships, community partners with other organizations, the municipalities and stuff like that that we deal with on a daily basis. Back in December, I get an email from one of our water departments. It says, hey, we had this lady come in that I need you to give a call. The lady, I know her name, but I give everyone a number to give them some anonymity and privacy. She came to be known through my filing as SS070012. She is a 75-year-old widow of a Vietnam-era Army veteran who served 6 years. He was drafted into the Army in 1968. They got married in 1967, and he got drafted 4 months after their wedding. He ended up not going to Vietnam. He went to Germany. He done 6 years in the active Army, had a 5-month break in service, then done 14 years in the Army Reserves, retired as an E6. He passed away December the 28th of 2014. This lady is currently living on $1,675 a month. That's what she's living on. One of the things, I heard someone else say this earlier, one of the things I do when they come in with me, I do a budget with them. We look at where their money's going. $1,675 a month is not a lot to go around. She's spending about $1,600 a month in known bills that she has. She's coming in to see me right at Christmas time because she had a water leak. We'd had some cold weather before that. She had a pipe burst. She come in to see me because she had a $350 water bill, 3 times what it normally is. She goes to the water department. She doesn't know what she's going to do. Whatever little bit of money she saves, she's hoping to get to spend on her grandkids or whatever for Christmas. She comes in to see me. I get her verified. I go through the process with the death certificate, marriage certificate, DD-214, all the hoops that we have to jump through. And I'm able to give her that month $500 or $600 worth of assistance, not just the water bill. I'm able to take care of a couple other things for her. She ended up coming and seeing me 4 more times. But that month, her daughter had driven her because she doesn't drive anymore. She's sitting there. And I tell her what I'm able to do for her, and she looks at me kind of like you are right now, Commissioner, and I think I'm making her mad. And then she just starts crying and blubbering. She didn't know what she was going to do. She couldn't see a way out of her situation. They're about to cut her water off. They're about to do everything. Her daughter starts crying. Then I start crying. It was a crazy day. We do meaningful, impactful, and important work out of that office, and we're able to do it because of you guys. And I just wanted to come share that story with you to give you a little bit of encouragement. And I would certainly love to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, sir. I do have to admit, we are a little outnumbered by the Marines that have come up here. I feel like everyone has come
I have an Army DD-214 also.
Okay. Well, I'm Navy. So where's my Navy people? Okay, no, but I appreciate.
So I tell people the Marine Corps was part of the Department of the Navy. It was the men's department, but we were part of the Department of the Navy.
That's
Bada
fine.
bing.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Feel free to use that, Commissioner Wright.
His humor from.
I have a question.
Okay, we do have a question.
I wasn't looking at you, Mad. But my question is, did you say you're currently managing a TVC grant?
I am, sir.
It's not reflected in these in this analysis.
I
How
didn't
big is
prepare your
grant right now?
analysis, sir. I'm sorry.
That's not your fault. I'm
Oh.
asking Irv.
Yes, Commissioner, he currently has a grant, but it is on his second year, so his renewal is just ending.
It's in the renewal.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
If
Yeah,
I,
that's
you
right,
guys
yeah.
want to give me more time, I'd love to talk about the one and the success currently had, but
my
I feel
bad.
like she'll throw something at me.
Okay, we're good to go.
All right.
Your time ends when we start questioning you, so you're good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You're good.
Is that it? Hey, thank you guys. Thank you so much for your
Okay.
consideration.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a few more. So, City Commissioner Renee Perez, City of Harlingen. Oh, we're seeing the whole group. Okay.
What's his position with the city of Harlingen? I'm sorry.
City Commissioner. They have city commissioners, not council members. I remember that when I was down there.
City Commissioner.
Hello. My name is Rini Bettis. I'm a Harlingen City Commissioner for the city of Harlingen. I'm also a proud Army veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom. So, Army. I'm just here today. First off, I want to say thank you so much for earlier today, how you guys granted us the grant, the other one for the housing. It's really appreciated. And to your question earlier, why we're late to the game, just like the mayor said, honestly, I don't know. But now that we have, 3 veterans on the commission, we're going to be here every year. So be expecting us. Right now, what I'm here today to talk about is just pretty much to ask for your full support. I know we were recommended for the grant for the general assistance. I believe the amount was for $350,000. I think that's what the city of Harlingen, that's what was recommended. We applied for the $400,000, and I'm just here just asking for the full amount for this grant. As the mayor mentioned earlier, this year at the end of March, Harlingen was hit by a record-breaking flood. Entire neighborhoods were devastated, homes were destroyed, families were displaced, and among those affected the most were the veterans, especially those living on fixed incomes or already struggling to make ends meet. While the funding for this grant may not arrive immediately, it would come at a time when many are still digging themselves out of the financial hole the flood left behind. Some are behind on rent and utilities. Others are recovering from home repairs or medical and dental expenses that they had to pay out of pocket. This grant could be the difference between long-term recovery and long-term hardship. Harlingen, as most of you already know, is in one of the most economically challenged regions in Texas. Many of our veterans do not have access to the same resources or safety nets available in more affluent areas. And with other traditional funding sources reduced or eliminated, local governments like ours are being asked to do more with less. We are doing our part, as the mayor mentioned earlier. We have committed to cover all administrative costs. Every dollar that you grant to the city of Harlingen will go directly to the veterans. And as a fellow veteran, I want to thank each and every one of you for your service to this country. I know you understand the weight of duty, both during active service and long after. Our responsibility to one another does not end when the uniform comes off. It lives on the moments like this, when we have the opportunity to lift up those who once stood and watch over all of us. I respectfully ask that you fund this grant in full. I know each of you understands this that this is more than just a budget line. This is affecting the daily lives of the people that I represent. And it has been as of now, it has been the honor of my life to be able to represent the 3,500 plus veterans that we have in our city. And I thank you for considering them. And I hope that you can fully fund our request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
I also have Jill. Are we gonna? No. So good. Okay. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak that did not get a chance to sign up? Okay. Do you want to speak on is it an item on this agenda, on this item? Okay. Then please come up and introduce yourself and your organization. Then you can fill out a form afterwards, just so we have it. Oh, well. I have a lot of pieces of paper up here, so I apologize.
Under the approved pile. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Before I start, I really want to congratulate the new officers, the vice chair, the new secretary, and I'm sure that when you get your next checks, it's going to reflect the extra duties that you're getting. So thank you for your service. Yeah, my name is Art Fierro, and I'm a former state representative out of El Paso. I currently am the alternate mayor pro tem for our city council. I'm here on behalf of the city of El Paso to respectfully request your reconsideration of the El Paso's application for funds for veterans assistance. A moment ago, or a few minutes ago, Judge Baca touched on the relationship between El Paso, the city of El Paso, the county of El Paso, and Fort Bliss. And it's a relationship that one supports the other supports the other. But what it leads to is El Paso is such a beautiful place that people end up retiring, having their families there, and it becomes a hub for veterans. And in fact, right now, El Paso is the proud to have over 61,000 veterans, one of the largest populations in Texas. With such significant presence, we take responsibility to support the needs of the veterans in our community. We take it very, very seriously. And one of them is when it comes to reliable transportation. For many veterans, transportation can be a major barrier, whether it's to get to medical appointments, access job opportunities, educational opportunities, or other community services. And that's why the city of El Paso launched a program through Sun Metro to provide free rides to veterans, surviving spouses, dependents, and it was funded by your commission. And thank you very, very much. I know that the director earlier gave you a brief history of the 2 years and of the ridership and the successes of the program. I'll skip that. That's 14 pages of my speech. But what it proves is that there's a clear demand for these transportation opportunities for the veterans in El Paso County. We can't do it without your support. And the gentleman before me earlier talked about your attention, not only your attention, but your respect to everybody that's come up here to speak. And I know you've been here a couple hours and you hear a lot of the same pleas, and they're all very valid pleas. There's very much needs in our state when it comes to supporting veterans. And we are just one more on that list, but ours is a dire need. We need to continue to support, and we're asking you to please reconsider the grant that we submitted for the transportation. With that, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I thank you for your time, for your respect, and please, I'll be happy to make the motion if I need to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that I may have missed? At this time, I will entertain any motion regarding the general assistance grant category. Looking to you.
I'm sorry, what was the question, madam? Oh, your motion. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. I'm going to have a question later on for Irv, but here we go. I make a motion to fund Lone Star Legal Aid for $350,000. Community Learning Center, $500,000. East Texas Council of Governments, $250,000. United Way of Tarrant County, $50,000. Fort Bend Senior Citizens Meals on Wheels, $200,000. Hale County Meals on Wheels, $95,000. Concho Valley Center for Human Advancement, $350,000. City of Fort Worth, $350,000. United States Veterans Initiative, U.S. Vets, $350,000. Concho Valley Community Action Agency, $350,000. Rolling Plains Management Corporation, $350,000. Young Women's Christian Association, El Paso del Norte region, $250,000. Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, Coastal Bend, $200,000. Santa Maria Hostel, $175,000. Cornerstone Community Action Agency, $350,000. City of El Paso Organizational Transportation Fleet, $120,000. Family Service Center of Houston and Harris County, $350,000. Impact a Hero, $225,000. Goodwill Industries of South Texas, $125,000. N-Power, $350,000. Homeless Veterans Services of Dallas, $160,000. Big Brothers Big Sisters Lone Star, $100,000. Citizens Development Center, $260,000. Northwest Assistance Ministries, $350,000. Child Crisis Center of El Paso, $235,000. And that concludes my motion, Madam.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Just for my clarification, Commissioner Barber, did you include Bandera County Committee on Aging? I'm just making sure my notes are right.
What number are they, Madam?
They 23.
I did not, Madam.
Okay. And how about 34?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I didn't miss those. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. Any discussion on the motion on hand? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Any other motions in this category? And let's see, how are we at with the numbers?
Yeah, see that.
Well, while we tally, Madam, I have a question for Irv. Can I ask it, please?
Yes.
What is Semper Fi asking for? I mean, this is one of the top-rated veteran service organizations in the United States for the last 14 years, providing general assistance grants for across the state of Texas. That's what they're asking for, right?
Semper Fi, sir, is requesting referral services. So they're
help me out.
No, but I want.
What do they want to? I mean, I know them as giving money to veterans in need, in immediate needs assistance. Is that what you're talking about?
negative, sir. They're providing their how could I say this? All their most if not all their money is going to staff, where they're referring veterans to organizations that can provide services.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And before we go any further, Madam Chair, if I can ask, can we update the board?
It is updated. It's updated already. And please turn your microphone on. Okay. So, ready to entertain some more motions within this category.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I recommend the Department of Texas Veterans of Foreign Wars Foundation.
Which number?
8.
Okay.
For $240,000. What is? Am I not close enough? I seldom hear that people can't hear me. Number 20, Meals on Wheels of Palo Pinto County. And bear with me, Irv, you may have to back me up. I'm going to go from here with all of our recommendations. 95,000. Am I in the right line?
No, you're not.
I'm not. 45,000. Excuse me. Gallant Few Inc., which is Veteran Small Business Support.
Where?
22. 100,000. Adaptive Training Foundation Support Services, $345,000. Pecan Valley MHMR Financial Assistance at $350,000. Cass County Financial Assistance, I'm going to alter from there just because we're running out of money to 200,000. Number 52, the very next one, City of Harlingen, financial assistance. I recommend 200,000. Collin County MHMR, again, financial assistance at 200,000. And I think my fellow commissioner has nailed the rest of them. Let me look right quick. El Paso Community MHMR financial assistance, and that is on the not recommended list, number 22, again for 200,000. And that concludes my motion.
Okay, I don't think I have them all.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the staff keeping track has lost track. We might need to start, well, we do need to start all over again from Commissioner Wright's.
You want me to start at the beginning?
Why don't we do one or two at a time, just so we don't lose track?
Okay.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
However we need to do that. Number 8, Texas Department of Foreign Wars Foundation. I think I said that wrong. Recommending 240,000.
And so that's not the same as the FEA recommended funding?
No.
Okay,
and
that's fine. I
can
just
give
trying
you
to
the logic behind that.
No,
I
not at
will.
this time.
But
I just
Meals on Wheels, Palo Pinto County is number 20, 45,000. Number 22 is Gallant Few Inc. Veteran Small Business Support, 100,000.
Okay, so let's pause there. And
Okay.
let's do these.
You want to vote?
We need a second to your motion.
Okay.
Does anyone second the motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Now it's open for discussion. How did you come to your recommendations?
On VFW?
Yes.
Okay. That one's actually real easy. They've had at least 6 grant requests that I know of. They have never, this came up actually at last year's meeting as well, they have never had reimbursements for more than 240,000.
But I don't see them having any previous grants except for in 2010.
Oh, that's not right.
They probably had it in different categories, not this category.
No,
Madam
I'm pretty
Chair.
sure it should be here.
Madam Chair and Commissioner, there's the Department of throws everybody off. And so they're Texas VFW. That is what they call themselves. They're not doing business as, but that department has thrown everybody off.
It's the foundation.
It's the foundation. So
the charitable
state,
arm.
The state VFW has, thank you for that.
Yes, it's a foundation. It has its own board.
It's separate from the state Texas VFW.
Yep.
I used to be on the board.
There we go.
Let me verify that, sir.
So
Stand by.
Don't have to.
So the Department of Texas
Where are we?
different from the
We
state
are,
of Texas.
we stopped at
VFW?
22.
And then we had a second on that.
We do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now we're in
So
discussion.
I'm sorry. So Commissioner Hernandez has a comment. Okay.
The Department of Texas is different from the state of Texas, VFW.
That is what I am hearing.
As a matter of practicality, I think the answer is no. But they do have 2 different names they go by.
Madam Chair, they and Commissioner Wright, they've had a grant in 23. A
This
financial
particular-
assistance grant.
This foundation or
Yes,
the
ma'am.
VFW?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's not listed on my sheet.
Yes, ma'am. That's where that department at the very beginning throws everybody off.
Okay. So it was a mess up. Okay. So
Well,
we'll put
that's
it in
their
there. So
official
23.
name.
Okay.
But again, when we talk to them, they always call themselves Texas VFW.
So they do have a previous grant.
Yes, ma'am.
23. Okay.
I thought they had some before. I think kind of one of the issues that came up was that 68.4%.
Yes.
I think that came up last year.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
is Commissioner Wright already concluded his recommendations?
We have made the motion, and it has been seconded, and now we are discussing the motion.
Okay.
And so,
I'd like to make an amendment.
to his motion? Yes. What would you like to amend?
Lubbock County, 10,000.
Okay, we will be adding more. What I did was we're going to break all the applicants into 3 groups just so we can keep track of them. So when we're done with this motion, we'll do that one.
Okay.
Okay. So just so that it's easier for staff right now. It's been a few hours. It's taken in chunks. Okay. So we have a motion on the table, Department of Texas VFW Foundation for $240,000, Meals on Wheels Palo Pinto County for $45,000, and Gallant Few for $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And you selected, some of those have some flags because they don't have 75% of their budget allocated to client services.
Yes, that's especially in the case of Gallant Few. One of the things is that tends to be much like clinical counseling, staff heavy. Hopefully, that is the only flag I am recommending. We don't like flags.
Well, the VFW is below the 75% as well.
Yes, you are correct. Sorry.
Any other discussion on this motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay.
Okay, motion fails. So let's,
I think you're picking up at Adaptive Training Foundation next.
Yes.
those 3 did not pass.
Yep.
That's it. It doesn't mean we can't re-motion for them. It's right now they did not pass. Okay. And let's let Commissioner Hernandez make his motion now because I think he's short on time. Oh, did we change his flight?
Lubbock County, 10,000.
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry, say that again. You moved to fund which grant?
Lubbock County.
General assistance.
Lubbock County, which number?
41.
Number 41, because they have another one on another page. That's why I'm asking. Okay, Lubbock County 41. For how much?
10,000.
10,000.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I heard a second from Commissioner Dale. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Yes, I need a good list of which ones we've approved so far, so I can keep track.
We're good on.
You can read out to me the list of ones we've, because I'm about,
Ma'am,
I don't need the amounts, I just need the actual organizations.
stand by, ma'am.
Me too.
All right, Madam Chair, these are the ones that were that the commission has voted on for the general assistance. It's not my.
Would it help if I read them off and then you guys just yay or nay it?
I got the list, sir. I'm
Okay,
ready to
fair
go.
enough.
I'm just
Go
trying to get
ahead.
this computer. All right. So general assistance, ma'am. National Guard Association of Texas, Lone Star Legal Aid, Jeff Davis County.
We approved all those?
Not national. Who approved National Guard
We
Association
didn't,
Texas?
we didn't approve that.
Not Jeff Davis County.
We didn't approve any of those.
No.
You told me the green.
You're reading the ones we haven't approved, it looks like. You want me to read it off?
All right, Commissioner. All right, Commissioners, Madam Chair, I have it now. All right, I was looking at the wrong column. All right, Lone Star Legal Aid, 350,000.
I don't need the amount. Just give me the organization. We're just administratively cleaning up our paperwork here.
All right. Community Learning Center, CLC. East Texas Council of Governments, United Way, Tarrant County. I just lost it. Fort Bend Senior Meals on Wheels, and much, much more. Hill County Meals on Wheels, Concho Valley Center of Human Advancement, City of Fort Worth, United States Veterans Initiative, Concho Valley Community Action Agency, Rolling Plains Corporation, Young Women's Christian Association, Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse Coastal Bend, Lubbock County, Santa Maria Hostel, Cornerstone Community Action Agency, City of El Paso, Family Service Center of Houston and Harris, Pact a Hero, Goodwill Industries of South Texas, InPower, Homeless Veteran Services of Dallas, Big Brothers Big Sisters Lone Star, Citizens Development Center, Northwest Assistance Ministries, Child Crisis Center of El Paso, and that was the last one, ma'am.
Okay. That matches what I have.
I concur with that.
Okay. Commissioner Wright, I know you have some more you'd like to propose.
Okay, thank you. Next is number 26, Adaptive Training Foundation. Recommend approval at the FVA recommended level of $345,000. And I'd like to go ahead and vote on that one because the next three are they're all going to be thumbs up or thumbs. They kind of are lumped together.
Okay, fair enough. So moved.
I will second.
Okay.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Yep, Adaptive Training Foundation, number 26.
Let's continue with the next motion.
The next, number 51, Cass County. Number 52, City of Harlingen. Number 53, Collin County MHMR. These are all financial assistance grants, and I am recommending them at the, trying to remember what I said before. I'll go with the FVA recommended level of $350,000 each.
Do you move? Is that your motion?
That is my motion. Sorry. Yes, that is my motion.
Yeah, it's stated in a motion, just so it's easier. Okay, I second your motion.
Yep.
Second.
Any discussion?
I mean, as we heard earlier, it looks like the city of Harlingen for their transportation, oh no, hold on a second, the 400,000. The city of Harlingen was requesting the full amount of 400,000. I'd like to amend it if possible.
Okay, is that your motion?
We can't hear you.
Yes.
Can you,
Sorry, let me get closer to my microphone. I'd like to go ahead and amend the motion to increase the full funding for the city of Harlingen.
to,
400,000.
is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Nay.
Motion passes. We now have an amended motion to fund Cass County for $350,000, City of Harlingen for $400,000, and Collin County MHMR for $350,000. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
And then my last motion is a singular one, East Texas Veterans Community Council, doing business as Camp V. Recommend approval at $250,000.
So moved.
So are you seconding?
Yes, I'm sorry,
Okay,
second,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
So the motion is made by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Barber. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
What is your total?
It's on the wall right there. We have 8 million left.
So the national, excuse me, Madam Chairwoman, can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
The National Guard Association of Texas is not approved. Is that correct?
As of right now, it is not approved.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion. I will do it in groups of threes as well. So, number 4, Concho Valley Council of Governments for $345,000. Number 5.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
That was already.
Did you say 345,000?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the line here.
Yeah. It's
Whatever the recommended amount was.
215, ma'am.
15.
Let me put my glasses on. Sorry about that. Number 4, Concho Valley Council of I move to fund Concho Valley Council of Governments, number 4, for $215,000.
Second.
I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Also, number 3 with this Jeff Davis County for $345,000. I'll end there for now.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. I'd like to continue. I move to fund number 17, Blue Bonnet Trails Community MHMR Center for $225,000.
Second.
I'm not done. And I move to fund Camino Real Community MHMR Center for $100,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. Okay. Anyone have any other motions? I have more. I don't want to take up all the time, but
I have one. It's number 55. The Texas National Guard Family Support Foundation, financial assistance at the recommended FVA level of $250,000.
Why are they in blue?
I don't see.
They're in blue because they do not have the 2-month reserve.
Fair enough.
Although
Fair enough.
Okay. But they have a 4-year track record with us.
Are you done on that motion?
Yep.
Second.
It's just to confirm, it's at the FVA recommended amount of 250,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Is that current, Joanna?
Where's that ruler?
Madam Chair, whenever you're ready to go back. Back.
Back to another category?
Yes, ma'am.
I am not ready yet.
Where are we? There. And Madam Chair, before we go back, one more motion. Number 29, the City of Dallas Support Services for the FVA recommended of $180,000.
Second.
Which number was that?
29.
Do we have a motion and a second? Did you second that, Commissioner Barber?
Yes, ma'am.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. I have a few more. I was just giving everyone a break for a second. Okay. I move to fund number 23, Bandera County Committee on Aging, for the recommended amount of $350,000, and the Alamo Area Council of Governments for, that's number 27, for $250,000.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Remind me, have we funded 39 or 40?
No.
Okay. I move to fund number 39, City of Arlington, for $350,000, and number 40, Pecan Valley MHMR, for $350,000.
Second.
Okay, I heard it from Commissioner Wright. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, number 23 has been called.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I have two more. On the not recommended list, recommend funding number 3, Lubbock Regional MHMR, for $250,000.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Need a second?
Actually,
Okay.
that is the only one.
Okay, second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, those are all the immediate motions I have right now. Yep. I will now open us up to reevaluate any of the categories in the new applications. If anyone would like to go back to any of the other categories.
Madam, excuse me, before we leave this, did we fund National Guard Association of Texas?
Yes.
We did not.
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes, we did. We did. We did that one.
Joanna? No, we didn't.
No, we did not.
No.
Sorry, we did never
No worries.
did.
You're talking about number 1 on the list,
We
right?
did not fund number 1.
Madam, if I may, I'll make a motion to fund National Guard Association of Texas for $250,000.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, now I'm opening it up to any category.
Madam Chair, if I may, take us back to renewals, the veteran mental health.
We have not gone back in agenda items to renewals.
Oh, sorry.
Just in this section right now.
Okay, fair enough.
We have $5,735,000 left. Okay.
And Madam Chair, I believe in this category, we can start with Housing for Texas Heroes.
Yes.
Because the first two, I think we fully approved all of them.
That's true. Yeah.
I think that is correct.
That is correct.
Yep. Just kind of going in order, which I realize might not be we may not have to do it that way, but.
Joanna, how much is of the category for Fund for Veteran Assistance for the ones that were recommended? How much has not been funded? So under the Fund for Veterans Assistance, under the Housing for Texas Heroes category, we have funded 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the recommended grantees. How much of the other recommended grantees does that add up to? Can you please come to the microphone, please? Thank you.
So we're looking at the recommended list, correct? For HTX?
For HTX.
Yes.
So let's confirm who we recommended. I have my list. Let's confirm. And then of what is remaining that was recommended, how much is that total amount?
Okay, so I'll tell you who we recommended, and then I'll give you the total. So we got Rebuilding Together Austin.
Yes.
Alamo Area Council of Governments. Austin Habitat for Humanity. City of Fort Worth. Deep East Texas Council of Governments, and Rusted and Weathered. We also have Montgomery County.
Habitat. Yeah.
Rebuilding Together Houston, and Cass County.
City of Harlingen?
And the City of Harlingen.
Yes, and the City of Harlingen.
So of the ones that were recommended but not yet funded, how much is that total if you look at the FVA recommended amount?
Okay, let me see.
We did not do number 7.
It is 3,000,000.
300. Sorry, go ahead.
3,820. Let me see.
My card counter.
It's 3,820.
Okay, 3,820,000. If we were to fund all the remaining recommended grantees at the FVA recommended amount.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. That's just information. Okay.
Well, can we do the same for the other one?
Yes. We're going to ask for the other categories, so if you want to work on that now and come back up and give us that number. Well, since we're looking at the Housing for Texas Heroes, I have a couple of motions. I move to fund number 7, Austin Area Urban League, at FVA recommended amount of $350,000. Also recommend funding Central Texas Council of Governments, which is number 15 at $350,000, and the City of Arlington, number 16 at $350,000.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Any other, in any category? We could move on to any category.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to increase the amount for City of Harlingen to 500,000. 400,000 has already been approved.
In this Harlingen, you mean?
City of Harlingen, yes.
Okay. So the city of Harlingen,
Oh,
Arlington or Harlingen?
Harlingen,
Arlington was the one that I just moved for.
I think he's number one. It's been approved for
That's
400.
Harlingen.
Yeah.
Are you looking at
He
Harlingen?
wants to increase it.
You want to increase that from 400,000 to 500,000?
that's correct.
Okay, so is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Nay. Okay. Motion passes. It is 500,000. Please update. I have a question for this category. Did we approve number one?
No, I don't think so.
No, ma'am, we did not.
Okay. I move to fund Jeff Davis County for $350,000 in,
Second?
all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Is our board correct? Thank you.
Are we ready for the mental health or no?
We can, yeah, you can tell us in any category. We just happen to flip to that page. We don't have to do it in particular order.
I'm waiting for anyone else.
Would you like to waive our agenda and just jump back and forth between agenda items?
It's up to you, ma'am.
Okay. I move to waive our rules and allow us to jump back and forth between agenda items. If you would like to go and go to renewals, you can.
Second, thank you, ma'am. I make a motion to increase on the veteran mental health renewals, skeleton crew to 100,000 and outdoor association of Texas Heroes to 150,000.
Which category are we in?
Veteran mental health on the renewals. They're already approved. I want to increase the amount. So my motion is to, in the veteran mental health renewal category, increase skeleton crew to 100,000 and outdoor association of Texas Heroes to 150,000.
Item 20 and 21?
Yes. Second to that.
Commissioner, could you please
Commissioner,
repeat
can you please restate your motion?
Yeah, my motion is to increase skeleton crew to 100,000.
It's number 20 on the list.
20 on the list. And increase number 15 outdoor associations to 150,000.
Okay.
Everybody follow me?
Yep.
Yes, we already have a second.
Okay, good. Outstanding.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair, staying on the same page, to
Yes.
increase marriage management from 50,000 back up to 100,000, which was their original request.
Okay. I second your motion. Is there, Joanna, do you have a question? Okay, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
And Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question in this category? Did we had a note before, and now it's not there in the notes, did Austin Dog Alliance get resolved?
You're going to have to ask staff.
Staff, did we get Austin Dog Alliance resolved? They'd come back and asked for another 100,000, and the way it was done, I wasn't sure if it was in the 350 request or if that worked out. I'm just more just curious than anything else.
Commissioner, if you're asking that if that last request was included in this amount?
Sure.
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect.
And they're going back to the other category. Yeah. Okay. So now we're gonna go back to the new application section under veteran mental health, and same question for staff as we had in the previous category is if we fund the remaining recommended, let's say up to number 26, at the FVA funding recommendation, how much money would that be? The ones that have not been recommended. I mean, the ones that have not been already funded. Yep. No, all the ones that haven't been funded, that's been recommended in white. Yes. No, in white.
Up to number 26, Chairwoman, it's $2,860,000 unfunded.
Thank you.
Let me verify who we have.
It's not, it's just these ones ahead. You confirm we've only funded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the veteran mental health grants?
That's all I have marked.
8, ma'am. We funded 8.
Can you please confirm those names?
One second. Yes, we will have those names in just 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, ma'am. It's a total of 8, but you have 5 on a recommended list and 3 on the non-recommended.
Oh, thank you very much. Or I do have them on the other side. Okay, let's still remember what they are. So I have it as. Oh, my glasses back.
We have number 6, eQuest. Number 8, Rock Ride Center for Kids. Number 15, United States Veterans Initiative, U.S. Vets. Number 17, Jakey's Riding Roundup. Number 24, Tropical Texas Behavioral Health. And the non-recommended, Pecan Valley MHMR Regional Director of Fiscal Services. Bexar County Board of Trustees for MHMR Services, and Denton County MHMR Center.
Thank you for confirming that.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, I think veteran mental health is a very important category, and having that we've only funded 8 out of over 40 applicants, and only 5 of the recommended. I feel that we should really take a close look at this category.
Agree.
Yeah.
And before we jump into the ones we haven't, I would like to make a motion, if I may, to take Denton County MHMR from the 50,000 we recommended up to the 85 that they requested. And they are the last one on the not recommended page.
For veteran mental health?
Yes, sir. Second to the last one.
Well, I would caution on that. I mean, first, we have a second.
I'll second.
Okay. So since we're discussing this, we, across the board, brought all peer services down to 50,000.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
In that case, I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Yes.
Did we award Katie Christian Ministries?
No, we did not.
Ma'am, I'd like to make a motion to approve $50,000 for Katie Christian Ministries.
What number is that?
Number 19.
Do I hear a second?
How much? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
50,000.
50,000. Okay.
So we have a motion and a second by Commissioner Wright. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm going to make a large motion. So just want to prepare you. I'm basically going to recommend everything that has not been funded between item 1 and 26.
Commissioner, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. Did the last motion pass?
Yes.
It passed.
Katie Christian
Thank
Ministries.
you. Motion passed. With the exception of ones that don't, that potentially have some flags. So I'll just go through each one, but I just want to prepare you that I'll be doing a mass motion. Okay. I move to fund Fob Razor for 50,000. Boulder Crest Foundation for 50,000. PTSD Foundation of America, 350,000. Centex Alcoholic Rehabilitation Center for 330,000. Gallant Few, 200,000. Recovery Resource Council, 350,000. Tri-County Behavioral Health Care, 190,000. Waves Project Inc., 50,000. Steps with Horses, 150,000. Boys and Girls Club of Central Texas, 350,000. CPIC Texas, 50,000. I can't even say this. The Mustang Rescue and Sanctuary, Vincent, I don't know how to say that, 220,000. Bring Everyone in the Zone, 50,000. Blue Bonnet Trails Community MHMR Center, 50,000. Texana Center, 50,000. Anger Solutions Network, 30,000. Solana Stables, 50,000. Dallas Art Therapy, is that 50 or 30? 30,000. And Hill Country Community MHMR, 50,000.
Second.
Thank you.
I'm double checking some of these 75%, which I think, let me see, Hill Country is at 55%.
Is that correct on Alliance Child and Family Services? It's 13%. Will only go back.
Yep.
Madam Chair,
And then there's
Yes.
28.
that includes all of the categories from 1 to 26, correct?
Yes, I covered all the ones that weren't yet funded in 1 through 26. I did not exclude anybody. Did I miss something, Joanna? 13 was at the recommended FVA amount of 160,000. That was Alliance Child and Family Solutions. Okay. Any discussion?
Am I reading that right on Alliance Child and Family Solutions? It's 13.2% will go to client services. Is that correct?
Stand by, sir, but yes, that's the correct number that's entered in there. Give me a second.
That's the only one that I scratch my head on.
Yeah, I was debating that one. I just figured someone can move to remove it. 'Cause that was going down the list.
That one in the waves is only at 28. Those are those two I'd be concerned about.
I would entertain a friendly amendment.
I think he's confirming.
I make a motion to amend
Yes.
Wave Project to 0.
Okay.
Next one, where were we?
The Alliance.
Child and Family Solutions.
And Alliance and Child Family Solutions to 0.
Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. We're voting to amend the main motion to remove from the main motion Waves Project and Alliance Child and Family Solutions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Now we're back to the main motion, which includes funding all remaining items between item 1 and 26, with the exception of Waves and Alliance Child and Family Support at the FVA funding recommendation. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. Now let's wait and let the numbers catch up.
Exactly.
Okay, and they've caught up. Okay, so at this point, we still have $1.3 million.
In the reserve, Madam Chair, correct?
And money in the reserve. We also have $3 million in the reserve if we want to go into that. Yes.
Don't forget the renewals if we need to go back and take a look at that, folks.
If you would like to go back, feel free to bring us there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
May I have it?
We still have quite a few recommended general assistance grant applicants that were not funded. Just as a
Madam
reminder.
Chair,
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Hernandez.
if we go to the Veterans Service Office and the ones that have not been funded, could we go ahead and fund those?
Yes, we have funded all veteran service officer grants.
All of them have been funded?
Every single one at full amount.
Yes.
Even the ones that are not recommended?
Yes.
Okay,
And all of the veteran treatment courts as well.
okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion on in the general assistance, basically new grant requests,
Thank you.
to reconsider Gallant Few. I'll break those out into their own veteran small business support. And I'm sorry, $100,000 is what the FEA recommends. And I will remind the commissioners, this is one of our pillars with TVC.
What?
So do we have a second?
Second.
Okay,
For 22.
Can you explain what that means? It's one of our pillars?
Well, it's just that is one of the charges that we have as we are working with our veteran entrepreneurs.
So
as we are trying to build more veteran businesses in the state.
I do recognize that we don't have as many grants in that category as other categories. So, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those.
Madam Chair, question.
But we're not done with the motion.
Oh,
voting yet.
sorry.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. We've funded Gallant Few at $100,000.
And then second, I would like to make, it's nice, no, I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. I'd like to make a motion to fund number 20, Meals on Wheels.
Can you hold 1 second? I know Commissioner Barber had something he wanted to
I
comment
just have
on.
a quick question. And excuse me, did we fund Grace After Fire in Fort Bend County like
Yes.
5 minutes ago?
We funded, let me see,
I know we did Grace After Fire.
I mean, literally like 2 minutes ago.
in VFMH.
In renewals on the general assistance grants.
Oh.
Renewals and the general assistance
I
grant.
don't think we did.
Okay, no worries. We didn't.
Okay. I don't remember that.
No worries. We didn't. I just got confirmation. Sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Barber.
Ma'am.
That was done? Okay. Commissioner Wright.
I make a motion to fund, sorry, I'm losing it. Number 20, Meals on Wheels of Palo Pinto County, $45,000.
I'm sorry, where were we?
We
Number
are
20
on-
on GA.
Yes, we're back
yes.
on GA. Item 20, Meals on Wheels for the FVA recommended of 45,000.
Second.
Is there a discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. General Assistance Renewal Grantee List. Grace After Fire for 100,000, and Fort Bend County for financial assistance for 50,000. Both financial assistance. Grace After Fire for 100,000, and Fort Bend County for 50,000.
Can you give me the numbers, please?
Yes, ma'am. It's on the 2024 GA Renewal Grantees, number 7 and number 21.
And that's for the FVA amount?
It's for our recommended amount, ma'am.
Okay, 100,000 for Grace After Fire.
Yes, ma'am.
And 50,000 for Fort Bend.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Second from Commissioner Dale. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Three together. It was the big one. Everybody was rejected. VFW.
In that same section, I'd like to make a motion to renew number 16 in the last page of the general assistance renewal grantees.
Second.
You second my motion? I haven't said it yet. I move to renew American GI Forum National Veteran Outreach Program for FVA recommended amount of 150,000 and the TBI Warrior Foundation for 100,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Is Stephen Siller in here asking for a grant?
No.
I think he automatically goes on the
They
renewal
do?
list.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
You talking about totals for talent? I thought they pulled their grant.
They did. I was just making sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right, what do we got? 1 million.
Sorry, need more substance.
Okay. I'm shocked. I thought we would blow through the 3 million in reserve. Yeah. Yeah. But I like this.
So commissioners, let's do a recap
Yes, please.
where we are. Under the new applications, everything is funded on VCSO, everything is funded in VTC. We have partially funded the recommended applications for the Housing for Texas Heroes. We have partially funded the recommended for veteran mental health. However, we did fund everything up to 26. And then partially funded the recommended for general assistance. Joanna, you know I'm going to ask you the question about general assistance. If we were to fund the remainder recommended for general assistance at the FVA recommended amount, what would that come up to?
I was walking slowly for calculation time, ma'am. It'll be just 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, can I throw a question in right quick?
Yes, as long as it doesn't stop Joanna from calculating.
No, keep calculating, Joanna. Although I may make it a little bit academic, we went to the VA funding recommended for both Veteran Treatment Court and Veteran Service Organizations, county Veteran Service Organizations, excuse me. And I almost wonder if we're going to increase some more of these, we can't spend $1 million there very nicely.
I don't understand what you're getting at.
Okay, so we've approved all of the VTC and county veteran service officers.
Yes.
We approved a lot of them at the FEA funding level, not at what they'd requested.
No, they were all fully funded.
Is all fully?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I made some bad notes on here. Never mind, ignore me.
Chairwoman Kerner, right now, the unfunded general assistance is $6,470,000.
And that's on the recommended list?
Yes.
Okay. That's a lot.
We don't got that.
We don't have that. That is true.
And then, if I may ask another question, and I know you're asking about general assistance. How do we feel we are with mental health?
We funded on.
Well, we funded, as I just stated, we funded all of the recommended mental health grants,
Yep.
the first 26.
That's right. That's right.
And then housing for Texas, let's see.
I do recommend, commissioners, as we are starting, we have what, $890,000 left? Plus $3 million
Plus
if
three
we
if
want
we
to do
wanted
that.
it.
Again, we are not required to do all of the money either, if we don't want to. However, I do recommend us reevaluating the recommended items, starting from the top, going down on your own. Clearly, some of these grantees, while new, have really high staff scores and application scores, and probably are worth an evaluation.
My eyes are getting tired. I gotta bring a light out.
Is everyone in housing for Texas Heroes that's been recommended, are they funded?
They are not.
Thank you, madam.
We have not funded number 3, number 5, number 6, number 8, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to fund Houston Habitat for Humanity for $350,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I also encourage you to take a look at the geographical distribution of some of our grantees and the service category type.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
did that motion pass?
Yes.
Yes, it did. Sorry. Motion passes.
question, Madam Chair. VFW Post 9182, where is that? Herb?
Commissioner, that is in Katy.
Katie?
Yes, sir.
Make a motion to, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to fund VFW Post 9182 for $55,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. I move to fund Hire Heroes USA skill-based training support. It's number 7 at the FVA recommended amount of $490,000.
Second.
That'll bring us $5,000 over. I hope everyone is okay with that. Okay. I have a second. Any discussion?
I seconded.
Oh, ma'am.
Yeah. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 So at this time, we have funded $46.3 million and $5,000. We can consider more or not. I will open up any additional applications for consideration. Otherwise, we will end this agenda item. Do I hear any motions? Staff, do we have all the calculations done? Everything looks good? Okay. So after we're done with this, we will be notifying the grantees about the solution of this meeting. Is that correct? Okay. Let me find my script. Find out what day it is, what time it is. With that, I believe that concludes all consideration items on our agenda. I'm afraid to ask, do we have any reason to go into executive session?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Irv, Pete couldn't finish it with us, and then and Richard. Did he have to head off? Okay. Well, thank you so much, all staff. Thank you so much for all the support you put into this. And the crack team over here of calculating everything. Really appreciate both of you guys. Can do it without you. Everybody, thank you so much for your support. This is a difficult meeting, but probably the most important meetings we do all year. We are awarding amazing organizations up to almost $50 million to support veterans across the state. And I'll leave my closing comments. So, but I just want to say thank you to everyone for the everything we did on that section. Moving on, we will discuss the date and time of our. We will have a special council meeting in July.
Council or commission?
We are proposing a special council meeting on July 15th. This will be to look at the RFA for next year. And then also our regular quarterly commission meeting will be on August 12th. In this room, correct? Okay. Both of them starting at 9 a.m.? Starting at 9 a.m. So July 15th, 9 a.m., special TVC commission meeting, which will be looking at the RFA for grantees for next year. And then also for the quarterly commission meeting on August 12th. I will now call on each commissioner for closing comments. And I will start with our newly reappointed vice chair, back in your role that you had before, Commissioner Barber.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. It's an honor to take our time, and thank everybody for being here. It's just so imperative right now that we're good stewards of these funds, and we're putting a lot of trust in each one of our grantees. And thank you for the team and the staff that work so diligently. And be safe. That concludes my remarks.
Commissioner Barber. Secretary Wright.
You have a title. That's pretty,
You do.
That's pretty cool. Congratulations to my friend Richard Delgado, who has been a tireless and Marine, by the way, dedicated servant to our veterans. That's how I know him. Most importantly, to our staff, I don't say this idly. You guys make us proud literally every day. I love the feedback that I get from veterans and the public that love working with our staff, especially for this very long meeting. I don't want to drone on any longer, but thank everybody for the time, and thank the governor for the opportunity.
Commissioner Dale.
I want, again, just thank our staff. You all are amazing. I appreciate the hard work you do. Please be safe on Memorial Day and remind those citizens who don't remember what Memorial Day is about and give them a little history lesson, please. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. It's been a long day, but it's been a rewarding day. And all of the work that's been put in to have these recommendations to the commissioners for all of those funds that go all over the state and it benefits the veterans is truly an amazing feat. And the staff, including our director, are to be commended for the amount of time that they spent to bring these recommendations to the commissioners for us to make the considerations that we did and to approve the funds that are going out to the states. Please remember our fallen on Memorial Day, and thank you very much for your attention. It's been a long day, but we enjoyed it very much.
Thank you. And you have safe travels home as well. And Executive Director, would you like to make any comments?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I echo what everyone said, especially Commissioner Hernandez right before me. The amount of work you all put into preparing for this meeting and giving all the commissioners all the information that they need to make good decisions and the different options is really greatly appreciated. And I know you worked after hours to do it, and it's a lot, and it really is appreciated. And for everybody out there was watching, I appreciate all your efforts, right, to serve our veterans, especially, right before Memorial Day. Thank you.
Thank you. In closing, I only have about 30 minutes of remarks, so please stop joking. I want to just reiterate, thank you very much for everything. I want to acknowledge the fact that we have so many amazing organizations in the state that help veterans. The fact that we have so many organizations that want to help veterans in our state that we can't even support all of them to the full amount is actually a great thing. And so whether or not they get a FVA grant or not, these are amazing organizations that help veterans. So I just want to commend our state. We do have the most number of veterans than any other state with 1.5 million veterans, and we show up for them. So that is great. With that, I hope over Memorial Day weekend, we think not only of those who have fallen, but also of the Gold Star families that are still here. And we have them in our thoughts and prayers. Also prepare for Women Veterans Day coming up here in June. And we will see you back here in July. So thank you very much. And with that, I call this meeting adjourned at, what time is it? At 3:25 p.m.